Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for this small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match, and guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends. Until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol, veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin, too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha. She didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lin was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine. We can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
Ugh! What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie? Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to.
It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brother started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face, and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard 2 assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not. It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them, especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition's getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands, and that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out, and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had, my adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today? Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fans spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning, I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Hi everyone, I'm Alba from Hollywood. I knew some girls who had fame, kind and supportive parents, or cute boyfriends, but I was the only girl I knew who had all 3. My boyfriend was the best. We met on the set of my first big role. I was an actress and I was nervous to act in front of these amazing people who were also talented and experienced. The first person I met that day wasn't nice at all. This super pretty girl walked up to me and immediately started yelling at me. I recognized her from TV and magazine covers. She was an actress named Jamie Hart. Where are the rest of the vegan options? I've told you guys I don't know how many times I'm not eating this stuff. Sorry, I'm not the caterer. I'm an actress, like you. Oh, sweetie, there's no one like me. I'm one of a kind. Good luck, though. I didn't know what to say. When she left, I felt even more scared. Was this what it was going to be like working on a big show? Rude people treating me like I'm their servant? But then right after that, this random guy approached me. He must have noticed how anxious I was because he pretended to trip into the craft service table to cheer me up. Everyone else looked over like he was crazy, but I couldn't stop laughing.
First day?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
I was too when I first started.
How did you get over it?
Oh, I didn't. I'm terrified right now.
He grinned at me, and I could tell he was joking. I was having a hard time imagining him ever being scared. He was so comfortable and at ease with himself. I wondered what his job was on set.
Just remember, you're here for a reason. You wouldn't have gotten this job if you didn't nail the audition. You'll be great. I'm Malik, by the way.
And then right after that, I found out he was an actor too, and my co-star on the show. We became close really quickly. And then things turned romantic, and he asked if I wanted to make it official. He got along with my parents, and even my dog was obsessed with him. So my first day got off to a bit of a bumpy start, but things were great now. I felt so much more comfortable on set. It took me some time, but I realized that Malik was right. I was there for a reason. The only person still rude to me was Jamie. But whatever, I didn't care. She was clearly just insecure and felt threatened by my success. Even though I didn't get nervous about my job anymore, there was still one thing that really scared me. My family's curse. Okay, curses aren't real, but I couldn't help worrying anyway. When my mom and grandma were my age, they both ran into some really bad luck. My grandma got into a car accident, and my mom almost got trapped in a house fire. Besides, I'd been lucky for so long. No one could have a perfect life forever. Malik and I got dinner at my favorite restaurant for my birthday. Malik gave me this gorgeous diamond necklace, and the food was amazing. But I couldn't fully enjoy my meal because I was thinking about this stupid curse.
Babe, you know there's nothing to worry about, right? What happened to your mom and grandma was a coincidence. Besides, they're both still here. They got through it.
I know, you're right. I just get anxious sometimes, even when my brain tells me it makes no sense.
You know what I do when I'm feeling anxious?
Before I could ask, there was a loud bang as Malik slammed his knee against the table, pretending to hurt himself. Our plates and silverware jumped, and half the restaurant turned to stare at us. I started laughing. I loved that Malik was willing to make a fool of himself just to make me smile. The table started to shake again. Okay, Malik, you should probably stop before they kick us out.
That isn't me.
All of a sudden, the walls started to shake too. I heard glass shattering, and people were getting up from their tables. Everyone was scared.
Don't panic. It's an earthquake. Come on.
We ran for the exit. Just before we got to the door, I remembered I forgot my necklace. I started to turn back for it, but before I could move, a big chandelier ripped from the ceiling and fell right on top of me. Then everything went dark. There was a strange beeping sound. What was that? When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. My parents were looking down at me with worried faces, and there was someone else there too, a boy who I didn't recognize. Alba, we are so glad you're awake. You scared us. What happened? There was an earthquake. You had an accident at the restaurant where you and Malik were having dinner. I guess the boy's name was Malik. But why was I having dinner with him? Oh, my head was pounding. I must have hit it pretty hard. What's the last thing you remember? I just got the call back letting me know I got the role, and I was on my way to the studio to start my first day. Oh no, I hoped I hadn't missed my first day. I'd worked so hard to get this role. Honey, you really don't remember anything after that? About the show? About me? Do we know each other? Malik looked so sad in that moment, but I didn't know what to do. Everything was so foggy, and my head was killing me. After I got home from the hospital, my mom sat me down and explained everything. I had amnesia, and I was missing almost a full year of memories because of my concussion. She said my show was really successful and I was a popular actress, and that boy from the hospital was my boyfriend. After you fell, he ran back into the restaurant to carry you out while the whole building was shaking. We're very fortunate that he was there to help. Wow, sounds like that boy Malik might have saved my life. On set the next day, everyone was so sweet and understanding. Even though I didn't remember all the acting I had been doing, the super famous actress named Jamie Hart went through the scripts with me and helped me catch up. I saw Malik too. He smiled and waved. I think he could tell I still didn't remember him though, because he turned sad and didn't come over to talk. The strangest thing happened. When the director called action, I didn't feel nervous at all. I had been so scared to start my first day, and I barely slept at all the night before, but here I was, nailing it. Then I remembered, this wasn't my first day. It just felt like it was because of my injury. It was all so strange. After a while, though, I got back into my routine. Things were going really well with the show. Jamie and I became great friends. We'd go on shopping sprees and have spa days and everything. I was surprised one day at the studio when Malik approached me. I felt like he had been avoiding me. He was always sweet when we spoke, but it was usually just small talk, and that sad look never left his eyes. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. I know everything's messed up and weird since the accident, but you're someone really special to me. And I know you don't remember, but I was someone special to you too. Maybe we could start over. What did you have in mind? Something casual, no pressure. There was a smoothie place you really liked. Maybe we could hang out there. That I hadn't forgotten. Strawberry banana was my favorite. That would be nice. Malik and I got smoothies later and strolled around the park. The way the sun shimmered on the pond was so pretty. And Malik was so nice and funny. I could see why I must have liked him. I felt bad though because he seemed to know so much about me, but everything he told me about himself was brand new information. I tried really hard to remember, but I just couldn't. Ugh, stupid earthquake. On set the next day, Jamie came up to me after she saw Malik and I talking. Look, I don't know if I should say this because I don't want it to seem like gossip. What is it? You can tell me. Jamie glanced around and lowered her voice. It's about Malik. I'd be careful around him. He's one of those people who only talks to successful people because he's trying to boost his own career. It's pretty gross. I was shocked. That wasn't the vibe I got from Malik at all. But Jamie knew him much better than I did, and she'd been such a good friend to me since my accident. We were best friends before that too. At least, that's what she told me. Malik and I were supposed to hang out again that day after we finished filming, but I told him I wasn't feeling very well. I could tell he was disappointed. It made me doubt myself for a second. Was this really the right decision? We had fun getting smoothies, and my mom said he saved my life. But then I remembered what Jamie told me. Hollywood was full of fake people. You had to be on guard to protect yourself. What if he had lied to my mom about saving me? Jamie came over one night so we could practice lines. I had a huge monologue the next day, and I wanted it to be perfect. Jamie was so generous with all the time she put into helping me. Suddenly, my dog Rocco started to growl at her. Rocco! I couldn't believe it. Rocco was such a sweet and lazy dog. He loved everyone. What's his problem? Sorry, he must have smelled one of your pets. He's not usually like this. I don't have any pets. The next day, Malik approached me while we were getting ready to film. Hey, is everything okay? I tried calling and texting, but you never answered. Yeah, I've just been really busy. Okay, Alba. Have fun with your new best friend, I guess. What's that supposed to mean? You blew me off last week, and now you're giving me the cold shoulder. And you spend all your time with Jamie, who you don't even like. Of course I like her. And Jamie has really been there for me since my accident. You barely even talked to me until a few days ago. I was trying to give you space. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to handle you forgetting me. It was like we were strangers again, except I still had all these great memories of us together. I didn't ask to get a concussion. You're acting like I did it on purpose. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone from now on. I thought my day couldn't get any worse, but just then, the director came up to me and told me that my monologue had been given to Jamie. I was devastated. I found Jamie getting her hair and makeup done for the big scene. Hey, what happened? They just told me that you're doing my monologue instead. Oh, I told them that you were still feeling really tired from your accident and weren't up for such a big, dramatic scene. I thought you'd be happy. Thought I'd be happy? You knew how important this was to me. Why would you do that? I thought you were my friend. That's how things work here, sweetie. It's really not a big deal. And if you don't mind, I need to get ready for my monologue. I spent the rest of the day trying not to cry. I felt like Jamie had taken a mask off and I'd finally seen the real her. A selfish monster who'd been using me this whole time. At the end of the day, I snuck onto an empty set and finally cried and let it all out. Everything was so messed up. My accident had ruined my life. It was that stupid curse. I knew it. My mom might not believe in it, but how could she say it wasn't real now? I stared at the set. It was this huge, dark sky filled with galaxies and stars and comets. The door opened. Malik saw me and started to head over, a little bit hesitant. Suddenly, he tripped over an electrical cord and almost fell. I burst out laughing. He was such a goofball. He smiled and sat down beside me. Hey, so I know I said I'd leave you alone, and I still will if that's what you want, but I wanted to give you this first. I went back for it after the accident. Then he took out this beautiful necklace. It looked oddly familiar. When he handed it to me, our fingers touched, and suddenly, everything came rushing back to me like a flood. Malik and I were playing with my dog Rocco, the two of us cuddling while we watched a movie, on the red carpet together getting our photos taken. I remembered it all. Malik. I took his hands. He looked at me with a puzzled expression, and then he saw it in my eyes. That I remembered him. That I remembered us. He leaned in and kissed me in front of the galaxies and stars. A moment later, a security guard came in. Hey, you guys can't be in here. Malik and I laughed and then raced off the set holding hands. The next day, I found out that Jamie had been fired. It turned out that she was only acting like my best friend because she had heard a rumor that her character was being written off the show. I would have tried to help her if she'd just been honest with me, but now it was too late. Anyway, things went back to normal. Eventually, I stopped thinking about the curse. It wasn't real anyway. The only real thing was life's ups and downs, and I couldn't control that. All I could do was be here in the moment. In this moment, I was enjoying a strawberry banana smoothie with my boyfriend, and it was perfect. Malik grinned at me. You know what would make this moment even more perfect? If more people liked and subscribed to MSA, he said with a knowing wink. I couldn't help but laugh at his suggestion. In Grimm's version of the fairy tale, apparently my sister and I weren't even worth naming. But at least we were rightly described as beautiful. In Disney's version, our names are mentioned, but can you recall them? No. I bet all you can remember are two pug-nosed sisters with terrible hair, the nasolabial fold of a 70-year-old, annoying voices, and very big feet. The thing is, we really weren't ugly. Especially me. Honestly, I was kind of a looker from the right angle. No, move to the left. That side is prettier. Like, sure, I could have benefited from a nose job if it was a thing back then, but I've got great hair, a bangin' body, and deep eyes that look like dark pools you could drown in. Or so I've been told. No, the problem wasn't us. The problem was her. Because next to her, anyone would look like a gnarly potato. You know how one day you feel you're looking really good? The skin is skinning, the hair is hairing, the outfit's outfitting. And then you see some celebrity on Instagram and feel like you two can't even be creatures from the same planet? Yeah, that's what the Cinderella effect was, making everyone around her look like E.T. And you know what the biggest joke is? She was never a victim or forced to be our maid. She was very OCD, so scrubbing everything like a maniac all the time is entirely on her. No one asked her to do that. I guess she didn't love being a nobody, because slowly, very slowly, she started spinning her story. And before we knew it, we were the villains. She was the poor, mistreated servant girl, and I was the bitter hag trying to steal her man. But he was my man first. My name is Drizella, and I'm here from the dead to tell you the true story of how Cinderella pulled off one of the greatest cons in history. She got the name, the ball, the prince, the animated pigeons, the march, the eternal adoration. And it's built on lies, all of it. Well, except for the part about me having really big feet. Like, I was told most of my life to shop from the men's section of the shoe store. I bet that's half the reason I've ended up being a villain in every version. Because how dare I imagine myself as a worthy princess with my US size 11 feet? I digress. I must stay on track. And even though my version of events is no charming fairy tale, I must begin the story the right way. Once upon a time, there was a man with a family, a fortune, and a functioning household. So naturally, he had a midlife crisis and ran for the hills.
Gone to figure myself out. Don't wait for me. And tell your mother, it's not me, it's her.
I hope you figure out you suck big time. Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Because honestly, we'd be idiots if we hadn't seen this coming.
I crave adventure. This provincial family life is suffocating my soul. Someday I'll leave to seek my higher purpose. Marriage and fatherhood can't be it. I have to find myself, and I really don't think I can do it, while married to you specifically.
But Mother was still blindsided, shocked, bamboozled. Why had he left? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or young enough, or hadn't plucked her eyebrows properly since 1823? Maybe her elbows were too pointy. Maybe her eyes lacked emotional depth. I tried to explain that it was more about him being a spineless lizard running away from adult responsibility, but she just kept sinking in the depths of her despair, and the couch. And without a husband around, she went into full damsel in distress mode.
Oh, how I crave pickles. If only I had a man with strong arms to open this jar for me.
Never mind that she had servants to open all the jars in the world and 2 perfectly decent daughters. Okay, fine. She had 1 decent daughter, because the other one was Anastasia. Let's just say that we didn't know back then that excessive glue sniffing causes brain damage. And that kid always had her head stuck in a pot of glue. Anastasia, focus! With father gone and mother officially losing her mind, you and I have to run this household. Mother has plenty of money, but we need to start budgeting.
Why? Mother's always telling me to stop budgeting when I'm around horses because it makes them nervous. Like, hello, lady, I'm the nervous one here. I'm the one who got kicked by a horse in the head.
No, she's telling you to stop fidgeting. Those are 2 completely unrelated things.
Are you sure? They sound a little related.
They're not! Look, budgeting just means that we need to keep track of our expenses. For instance, how much do we spend on candles per week?
Oh, candles? At least 11.
11 what?
Candles.
I meant money.
What about it?
How much money do we spend on candles?
We spend money on them?
No, Anastasia. They just grow on trees and we pluck them like fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Candles are free. What's the next item on your fidgeting list?
Yep. This was my partner in responsibility. Her loyalty was unwavering, as was her misunderstanding of absolutely everything. She had a heart of gold and the usefulness of a fork in a soup bowl. Okay. I'll stop roasting my poor sister now. Despite all her flaws, she was my rock. Heavy, useless, and mostly in the way. Ha ha ha, bazinga. But we soon had a much bigger problem at hand. Mother was dying for attention from men, and word of her wealth and desperation spread fast, sending every gold-digging bachelor within 100 miles our way. And I figured out how to get rid of them fast. Of course, my sister slowed me down. Okay, Anastasia, are we ready for afternoon tea?
Absolutely. I ordered those fancy pastries Mother loves, fresh lilacs, lemon curd.
No, Anastasia, not the actual tea. The plan. Are we ready for the plan?
Oh, the plan. Right. Let me just quickly cancel the musicians.
You ordered musicians? This isn't an actual date. It's an ambush. Do you remember the strategy or not?
Not really, but I'll think of something on the spot. You know I'm very quick on my. Did
you just forget the word feet?
Quick on my feet? No, that doesn't make sense. You know I run slower than a duck. I have yet to beat a duck in a race.
Oh my God. Focus on the tea.
Fine. I'll spill tea on his thighs.
No, that's not what we... Actually, you know what? You do that. Leave the rest to me.
Great. And afterwards, we can eat the pastries?
Yes, we can eat the pastries.
And the lemon curd?
Yes, fine. The lemon curd, too. I had discovered that the fastest method to drive off unwanted suitors was to casually mention Dad, and then watch Mother spiral into all 5 stages of grief. Well, 4. Acceptance was off the table. Mother, you look lovely today. Isn't this the dress you were wearing the day Father left?
No, that was the lavender one.
Oh, yes. The one Father said made you look washed out.
He said what?
Madam, you look absolutely radiant today. I cannot understand why any man would leave you.
Of course he didn't leave me. He just relocated temporarily. I'm sure at this very moment he's thinking about how much he misses me, and he's making his way back home.
Oh, I didn't think this was something temporary.
You're right. I'm such a fool. Because honestly, what is there to miss? Just the woman who gave him the best years of her life. I held this family together. I cooked. I cleaned.
When? You ironed a napkin. Once.
And I'm the one who holds anything together.
But if he'd just communicated properly, I could have changed. I could have sent my daughters to finishing school and gone with him to find himself and slept under the stars. I could have been free-spirited and spontaneous. Do you think if he knew this, he'd come back?
I really can't say, madam.
Oh, there's no point thinking about it. He's gone now. But you're here to mend the pieces of my broken heart, right? You have good, strong shoulders to cry on. I'm going to cry on them so much.
It's getting kind of late for my hostess dinner. This has been lovely.
Are you running away from me too?
No, I mean, yes, but it's not you, it's me. Oh!
He was leaving anyway, genius. Tea is expensive.
You're all crazy.
As he ran off and Mother sobbed into the tablecloth, we high-fived. I thought I was so smart, chasing off Mom's suitors and taking charge of the household. But then I made the biggest mistake of my life. Yeah, bigger than letting Anastasia give me a haircut once. I hired a gardener.
Ma'am, thank you for the position. If it pleases you, my daughter Ella will also be staying with me in the servants' quarters. I'm sure she can make herself useful to you.
A girl my age emerged from behind him, and I will never forget the first time I saw her. Her hair was like honey catching sunlight, her skin like porcelain, and her patched-up linen dress looked better than any silk I owned. Her eyes were the kind of blue that would make painters cry into their palettes trying to replicate it. Every feature on her face was in perfect harmony. And then she smiled. We didn't know it yet, but the entire trajectory of our lives was rewritten at that moment.
Oh my, just look at you, child, like something out of a dream. You're perfect.
You're too kind, ma'am. I'm so grateful to you for letting me stay.
She's glowing. Should people glow? Do you use some kind of special shampoo made from unicorn tears and fairy dust?
You're funny. I like you.
Did you hear that, Gisela? She likes me.
As Mother led her father away to show him their living quarters, and, I don't know, Anastasia went after a butterfly, Cinderella stayed back and looked directly at me.
Drizella, isn't it?
Yes. And you're Ella?
Yes, but my late mother nicknamed me Cinderella because I'd always sleep by the fireplace and get covered in ashes. You know how nicknames stick. You don't have one?
No, but you can call me Miss.
You hired my father, Miss. That means you changed my life, and I'll be sure to return the favor.
I felt a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. As she walked away, I just knew I disliked her intensely. Part of me thought it was because I was jealous, and yeah, of course I was. But I just had a feeling that beneath that flawless facade was someone calculating and dangerous. And oh, how I wish I wasn't right for once. At first, she just helped. She polished the silver, dusted the bookshelves, organized the pantry, but then she started having ideas for everything. She rearranged the furniture, suggested new colors for the curtains, and started embroidering tablecloths and crocheting bedspreads.
It's like watching angels knit.
Even I couldn't deny her taste was impeccable. And soon, Mother wanted her opinion on everything. And then she was suddenly instructing all the maids, the butlers, and even the cook. The cook! That toad never listened to anything I said. The house sparkled, the cutlery gleamed, the food actually had flavor, and I could see my reflection in the floors now. How could I complain about that? But I couldn't help being bothered by how she had Mother and Anastasia wrapped around her little finger. She would make them face masks and hair oils, play the piano for them like she was Mozart's daughter, and sing like a nightingale. And then there was the dancing. There was a celebration, as always, at the end of the harvest season. And as the servants gathered to dance, Cinderella joined them. She didn't dance like a girl raised in servant quarters. She danced like the air was conspiring to hold her up, like the music was written just for her, like she'd spent her whole life rehearsing her steps to perfection. Everyone was mesmerized.
She's so graceful. Not like my girls.
That was the first time I heard her say it. Not like my girls. But it wasn't the last. Soon, Mother was drawing comparisons between her and us all the time, telling us how we could try to be more like her. And I swear I would have given up and accepted her perfection and superiority if it wasn't for the bird incident.
Come here, Gisela, look! A robin's nest right outside Ella's window. Isn't it sweet? It's going to have babies soon.
Yes, lovely. But I bet it won't be so sweet when they're all screeching at dawn. The two of them continued to look utterly enchanted, and I lost interest soon and left. But the next morning, I ran outside to Anastasia screaming. I found her standing under the tree, and the nest lay on the ground, completely destroyed. The eggs and the robin were gone. Anastasia cried half the day, wondering if it was the work of an evil squirrel, or an evil raccoon, or an evil eagle. Later that evening, Cinderella walked into the living room, holding something behind her back.
Mother, I made you a gift.
Mother? Since when did she... Then I saw the gift, and my blood ran cold. It was a delicate comb, woven with tiny blue-gray feathers twisted through gold thread.
Oh, my dear, it's exquisite.
Mother kissed her on the cheek. Anastasia clapped, while I just stared, stunned. This couldn't just be my imagination running away with me, right? Still feeling uneasy, I was going up to my room for the night when I found Cinderella polishing the stairs banister vigorously. Still cleaning? You really love it, don't you?
Oh, yes. It really helps me think, and all the work makes me sleep soundly at night.
You should be sleeping well tonight anyway. You know, without all that chirping right outside your window.
Yes, such a noisy little thing that robin was.
I wonder what happened to it. And we both know it wasn't an evil squirrel. Cinderella straightened and met my gaze, smiling.
Please, Drizella, do I look like the kind of girl who murders birds?
No, but looks can be very deceiving.
People only see what they want to see. Luckily for me, they always want to see an angel.
Without a shadow of a doubt then, I knew this girl was a psychopath. I just stayed away from her as much as possible. I was also glad that Mother was spending less time with her since she'd recently found gardening and spent hours outside taking interest in dirt and compost. I was happy she had a healthy hobby, until I walked into the living room one afternoon to find her and Cinderella's father sipping tea and holding hands. What's going on here?
What does it look like?
I'm hoping he's about to flip your palm over and read your future because no other explanation will make much sense.
Drizella, I know it's been hard on you since your father left and you miss him.
Nope, not even a little, not even at all. Speak for yourself.
Honey, a woman needs a man in her life. His companionship, his strong hands, his opinions. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Rivers and I, we're...
No. If your next words are in love, I'm throwing myself out the window.
Will you just let me finish?
Fine.
In love.
Great. Fantastic. Open the window with your strong hands, Mr. Rivers, so I can throw myself out.
Why would you be so upset, Drizella?
And then, to always make things worse, Cinderella walked in.
It's a beautiful thing for two lonely widowers to find love again.
My father isn't dead.
We don't know that.
Oh my God. Had she found a way to get rid of him too? No, she was just saying things to irk me. Cinderella put her hand on my arm.
We're like family already. This just feels like it was meant to be.
I really thought I might gouge Cinderella's blue eyes out with a fork. So I stormed off, grabbed a horse, and rode furiously, not even sure where I was headed. I just had to get away. I remembered an old estate on the hill that had burned down decades ago. It had never been rebuilt, but the library had survived. I'd sneaked in there a few times before, and I definitely needed abandoned ruins to rage in right now. I pushed open the creaky library door, grabbed a book randomly from the shelves, and plopped myself onto the couch next to a pile of dusty blankets. But then, the pile moved. I turned around, terrified, to see a boy emerge from under the blankets.
Oh, wow, it's just one girl. I thought an army of banshees had descended upon me.
Are you a ghost?
No, but that scream should have woken all dead people within a 5-mile radius. Ow! What was that for?
If it had passed through you, it would have meant you're a ghost. I was just checking.
Did you miss the part where I specifically said no to that question?
Why would I expect a ghost to tell the truth?
Then why even ask?
Okay, fair point. What are you doing here, blending into the furniture?
Exactly that. I just wanted to disappear for a while. What about yourself? This isn't the most obvious hangout spot for a girl like you.
A girl like me?
Well, you don't look homeless in your silk gown.
You're not exactly some local goat farmer yourself.
How dare you? I'll have you know I milked a goat. Once. It ran away crying, but still. My name's Henry.
Henry what?
Just Henry. First name Just.
Okay then. Just Henry? Countess Dracula.
Charmed to make your acquaintance. Now, is there any chance we could both disappear here together for a while? We don't have to talk about what we're running away from.
I like the sound of that. And somehow, after that, Henry and I started meeting at the old estate. Not often, maybe once every week. We didn't ask why the other was there. We didn't even ask real names. Of course, a part of me was growing curious, but not knowing also felt weirdly nice. Like we were two fugitives, hiding out here and talking about books, ideas, the world, anything but ourselves. But one afternoon, as I rode back home after meeting him, I came upon a scene of chaos. Mother was wailing like someone had died. Anastasia was blocking out the sound with pastries. And Cinderella was on the floor at Mother's feet, a picture of despair. It turned out that Mr. Rivers was a greasy rat who had run off with Mother's jewels. And he'd left Cinderella behind. Man, I would have given him the jewels myself if he'd just taken her.
He took advantage of me. He played with my heart and threw dirt in my eyes. I will never forgive him. I will tear out every flower he planted with my bare hands.
For a moment, I felt hope. Surely Mother would toss Cinderella out after this. She would be a constant reminder of his betrayal.
Please don't send me away. Please don't send me away. This is the only place I've ever felt safe. I will do whatever you ask of me. Please, I love you. I love our home, Mother.
Ugh.
Oh, my poor precious child. How could I hate you? You're betrayed and abandoned just like me. Of course you will stay here and we will heal together.
Anastasia and I were abandoned too. And Mother never paid attention to our healing. As Cinderella sobbed into Mother's lap, she shot me a sideways glance that clearly said, checkmate. Mr. Rivers' betrayal just cemented Cinderella's place in our home more firmly. Now she wasn't just beautiful, she was tragic too. She needed love and care, and everyone from the servants to the house cat wanted to give it to her. Mother now referred to her as my precious girl, while Anastasia and I were quietly downgraded to the other two. And I just found being around Cinderella unbearable. It's not like I was even needed around the house anymore. So I started slipping away more often to Henry. One afternoon, we decided to explore the woods near the estate. And barely 20 minutes in, there was a loud snap, a startled yelp, and I turned around to see Henry dangling upside down from a tree in a hunter's trap. I couldn't help laughing as he flailed around, trying to reach up and unhook himself.
A little help before I pass out, maybe?
I was just waiting for you to ask. I started tugging at the trap rope, but Henry kept giving me instructions nonstop.
You're doing it wrong. Step to your left. Pull tighter. Then twist. No, not like that. Oh, you'll break it.
Do you think I'm a helpless little girl who can't possibly figure out a rope trap for herself?
Have you ever seen a rope trap before in your life?
Of course not, because all I do is embroider cushions and sigh dramatically.
I bet you don't even know how to embroider.
You're right. I hate it. My threads get so tangled up that I want to poke someone in the eye with my needle.
Violent and unladylike. You're a real catch.
I yanked hard at the rope, and his face swung towards mine. Suddenly, we were too close, and his lashes were longer than any boy's had a right to be.
Ooh, your eyes are really pretty.
Flattery isn't going to make me help you faster.
No, really. They're dark and deep, like pools one could drown in.
That's just the blood rushing to your head. I quickly moved to brace the rope again, when suddenly I noticed his shirt had slipped to reveal his belt, which had a silver crest. The royal crest. Wait, are you from the palace?
Define from.
Define it before I drop you straight on your head.
Technically, yes.
Are you the court jester? The guy who polishes the king's shoes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need better answers before I help you. I pushed him hard and sent him swinging like a pendulum.
Oh, come on, Lady Dracula, just let me down.
That's when I heard boots thundering through the woods. And before I could react, a pair of soldiers in armor grabbed me roughly by the arms. Another two swooped in, expertly cutting Henry down and catching him before he face-planted into the dirt.
Endangering the crown prince is a punishable offense, girl.
Endangering the who now?
Stand down, and she's harmless, unless she has a needle and thread in her hands.
I just gaped at him. You're the crowned prince?
Yes, first name, Crown, second name, Prince.
You told me just Henry.
Well, I am just Henry sometimes. You never asked follow-up questions. You will say nothing of this to anyone, men. Same as you. Keep quiet about my visits here. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
Your Highness, Your Highness?
You look like you're both spiraling and want to murder me.
No, that's just my normal expression.
Now, since we're being honest and going for full disclosure...
You're a liar who got forced into telling the truth.
How about you tell me your real name, too?
Drizella.
That's pretty. Dracula suits you better.
Lots of names are coming to my mind for you, but I shall refrain from using them since I know who you are now. Good day, Your Highness.
Hey, don't let this change things between us.
But I kept walking without turning to reply. How could it not change things between us? The boy I'd been sneaking off to meet, regularly insulted, hit a couple of times, and maybe, possibly, definitely liked, was the freaking crown prince. I didn't go back to the estate for days, still finding the truth about him too overwhelming. But eventually, I cracked, so I rode back to the old estate one afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat to find him already there, throwing pebbles into a broken fountain.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was beginning to think you died. Or got married.
Sorry to disappoint you, but still alive and unwed.
You know, I was this close to going around town and knocking on random doors to inquire after a girl with violent tendencies and great hair.
I just rolled my eyes, but inside, I was smiling stupidly. We just sat in silence for a while.
I come here sometimes because it's all just too much. The title, the expectations, the spotlight. I don't even get along with my father mostly. I know I'm going to sound like an ungrateful brat, but sometimes I just don't want to be the prince.
I come here for quite the opposite reason, I suppose. I feel invisible in my own house, completely replaced by my stepsister. My pride wouldn't let me say the gardener's daughter. She's perfect. Everyone admires and adores her. It's not hard to see why.
Come on, no one's perfect.
Oh no, she really is. I'm sure this sounds like some petty sister jealousy, and it doesn't compare to your royal problems. But honestly, they don't sound so bad. No one expects anything from me. Well, except maybe being more ladylike so I can marry some stuffy lord one day. But you could do so much with your life, Henry. And people expect things from you because you're important, because you matter. Henry reached across the space between us and slipped his fingers through mine.
You matter to me.
As my heart tripped over itself, he leaned in and kissed me. It was clumsy at first. Our noses bumped. My hair got stuck in his stupid jacket, and we started laughing. But it was so sweet and real. And for a while, I forgot Cinderella. I forgot he was royalty. I forgot about everything. It was just me and Henry. I floated through the next few weeks like some lovesick idiot. Of course, like any self-respecting lady, I didn't show it.
You're grinning like you've got a clothes hanger stuck in your mouth. What is so funny about my art?
I wasn't grinning. And what art?
The one you're staring at, my masterpiece. I made this cat sculpture from old socks and glue.
Ah, that art. The one cleverly disguised as garbage. It's the loveliest duck I've ever seen.
Cat. It's a cat.
Yes, that's what I said. It was the happiest I'd ever felt in my entire stupid life, which naturally meant the universe had to kick me in the teeth soon. One afternoon at the estate, Henry sat me down with a serious look I didn't like one bit.
I have to leave for a while.
What, running away to join the circus?
No. Father's sending me across the sea for an official royal delegation. It could be months, even a year, maybe.
I forgot how to breathe for a few seconds.
Drizella, you made me realize that I need to take my position and privilege more seriously instead of whining about it. So, yeah, I'm really trying.
I'm really proud of you, Henry, and I just know you're gonna be brilliant. But a small, selfish part of me wanted to scream, "Don't go. Just stay." We promised to write regularly, no matter what, and for a while, his letters were the only thing keeping me sane. Of course, I always picked them up from the post office. I didn't want to draw anyone's attention to our correspondence.
Dearest Countess Dracula, You will be thrilled to know that the local delicacy here is fermented fish eyeballs. Guess who had to eat 3, smiling all the while? I cannot sleep at night because I keep imagining those eyeballs swimming around my gut, winking at each other. Send help.
Dearest one-time goat milker, I regret to inform you that my life is way more exciting than yours. Just today, Cinderella invented chamomile soap and taught our cat to fetch her ribbons. Anastasia lost an intense staring match to a goat. Mother tried flirting with the milkman, and he fled on the aforementioned goat. I am so close to faking my own death.
P.S. I miss your face and your insults. Mostly your insults. Fine, also your face.
P.S. I miss insulting you too. I'm forced to practice my skills on vendors at the market, but it's not the same. They cry too easily. Of course, it wasn't ideal, but every letter kept him close, and for now, it was enough. But then, the letters stopped coming. At first, I told myself it was all fine. There could be a million reasons for delays. But when 2 months passed by with no word, I started to feel a bit crazy.
Still nothing for you, same as earlier this afternoon.
You want me to save you a trip and scream no at you from across the street every morning?
You might consider picking up a hobby. How about embroidery?
I wasn't getting any letters, but I didn't stop sending them. Pages filled with jokes, questions, news, bad drawings. But weeks and weeks went by, and still there was no reply. By now, my heart was filled with dread. What if something had happened to him? But if that was the case, the news would be everywhere. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure, let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped. but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off.
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever. I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course, my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him." I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man. Well, the note says otherwise. The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes. We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face. You would do. You were going to be him. Be who? Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him. But Dad, I don't think I can... Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart? I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me. You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him. But how about me as Kendra and my grades? I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class. But no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this. But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine. Did it tickle your soul? Huh? The rhythm, the passion, the climax. Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me. How about this? Did it tickle your soul? I suddenly became mute. This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake? Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious. I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it. I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed. That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy. Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day? I only help people who can look me in the eye. Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled. You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty. So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start? Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work. For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe. Looks perfect now. He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures. I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive. Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork. He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version. But one revelation made me tear up a bit, and he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space. What? That's not true. He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble. Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear. I could never hate such a goddess like you. Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me. I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend. Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right? Well, that's good to hear. Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you? I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious. I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company. I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter. You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval. Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you. He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you? What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had. Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I'm just I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in, because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first.
Hey, no cutting. That's not nice. Do I look like I care? The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious, I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to 1st grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey you, I think we should be friends. No thanks, I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun, I'm cool, and I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine, I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in 3rd grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind.
We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family.
But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster. But no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you,
but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing because of her allergies.
Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot.
Lucky you have me to remind you. When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later, when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest.
And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach. Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you. What? Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman.
I was about to scream at her when Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom.
Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different. A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular. Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me. Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her.
OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting.
I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested. What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella. How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me. Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you. Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it? For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew. But I quickly brushed my thoughts away. You don't know anything. Just leave me alone. But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her, and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily.
Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together?
Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know.
Are you for real? How dare you replace me?
And with that, she pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher, and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too. Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents furiously. This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter. Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in and she started calling me a bad friend too.
Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are. But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg.
Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad. Ellie, I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact Child Services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people. I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom, I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom.
Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure.
Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to Child Services?
No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything.
With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay. Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited. We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks. Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack? Ashley? What are you doing here? Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen? Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that? You don't have to lie to me. I'm not lying. I'm just trying to help. No one asked you for help. The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on? Can you keep a secret? Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one. Twice the size? He's richer than I thought. The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that, not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house. Ashley, why is this woman in our house? They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this? I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do. Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts. You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met. What's that supposed to mean? It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me, and I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it? I don't know. It's just how I was raised. I wish I was as strong as you. I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat. School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents, and you're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better. Since we're being honest, I have to admit something. What? I think I have a crush on you. Really? And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too. Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride? You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second. Yeah, my new car is going to be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one. Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're going to wear to the winter dance. I'm not going to the winter dance with you. Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not going to take that freak instead of me. If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am. Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying. About what? Your father's not buying you a new car. I know that. Then why lie about it? Why not? It's not hurting anyone. The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it. Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance? I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos. What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles. I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich. Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal. But it's not right. Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true. Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant... It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor, but I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable. Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes.
You want to get out of here?
Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away.
This is nice.
You know what the best part is?
What?
It doesn't cost a thing. Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever.
Bonjour, my name is Andrea from Paris. Please like and... Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's me again. Gotcha.
You didn't know I spoke multiple languages, Verdado. So, where were we? Oh yeah, my band almost broke up. My manager tried to take control of my life. My father was in an accident. My boyfriend was keeping a huge secret from me. And my mom had come back into my life after almost 10 years. Am I forgetting some other misery? Yeah, I'm also really hungry. Oh, right. I hadn't eaten anything since before the concert. But at that time, we had more important things on our plate. Alice, I told you to get away from him. Who does she think she is to tell me what to do? No. First, you owe me an explanation. Why have you left? Where have you been all these 10 years? Why have you never called? Why are you coming back now? Why? Well, I guess she owed more than one explanation. Maybe we should leave.
And miss the showdown?
Yeah, let's give them some privacy.
Yes, better. What are you even doing here in the first place?
We'll wait outside.
No, nobody leaves. And you better start talking before we start improvising a bad cop, good cop scene. And no, Luke, you can't be the good cop. But Alice, no excuses. Just spill the beans. My mom took a seat and a deep breath, then remained in silence for a few minutes. I couldn't wait to know the truth. I was impatient, nervous, stressed, and hungry too. But most of all, I was tired. Then she started talking about her life, blah, 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 some really revealing stuff and other things, and then the end. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exhausted. It's not that easy to narrate 4 parts in a row. The life of an MSA star is harder than it looks. You know what, guys? Let's mix things up a little. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. At least I am. So let's hear my mom's story told by herself. See you later, alligators. Hi, kids. I'm Carrie, Alice's mom. I know most of you must hate me, but hold off until you hear my side of the story. If you still hate me later, well, don't put it in the comments. I don't think I can handle having my own haters. Let's start from the beginning. After I got married and had Alice, my life was practically perfect. Lovely family, a career climbing. Life was looking up. When Alice was finishing elementary school, my big shot arrived.
Carrie, we want you to lead the case against the Siri clan.
Oh, yes, I'll do it. Their time has come. Justice will be served. The Siri clan was one of the largest and most dangerous criminal groups in the country. They were the worst of the worst, fixing sports events, moving narcotics, blackmailing politicians, and even kidnapping kittens in their spare time. You name it, they did it.
Get ready. This is gonna change your life.
And boy, it did. I couldn't imagine at the time how much it would cost me. I couldn't tell anyone about my involvement with the case, not even my family. Still, the clan found out pretty much everything about me. I soon started receiving threatening phone calls, menacing letters, and gifts of dubious taste. The prosecution put security on us. The suit guys followed us all around without Alice and her father knowing. But that didn't stop the Siri clan. Oh no. A few days before the trial, I received an envelope in my office. Inside, there were pictures of Alice at school, in the park, coming in and out of the house, everywhere. I thought about calling the police, but it was too dangerous. I had to do something. So I went to see the head of the clan, ready to put my career aside and my principles in exchange for the safety of my family. But he was a tough negotiator.
I have a counteroffer.
They not only forced me to sabotage the lawsuit against them, but also made me work for them as their legal counsel for years. They never stopped following Alice. I had no choice but to stay and help them grow their criminal empire even further. So that's why I left, because now I'm a criminal and I can't even look at you in the eyes knowing everything I did.
And why did you come back?
After I left, I blocked your numbers, but I never changed mine. The hospital called me saying there had been an accident and I had to come and make sure you were okay. I guess I'm still your emergency contact.
Of course. There's no other person I want to see in an emergency.
He's such a flirt. Is that so?
It is, and not only in emergencies.
I think Alice's dad has the hots for Alice's mom.
You don't say.
I'm just glad I get to see you again.
Oh my God, Dad, stop flirting with her. Have you forgotten that she abandoned us for like 10 years? Are you sure you don't have a concussion? Let's call the doctors to do more tests.
I'm fine, Alice. I guess old habits die hard.
He smiled at me, and even after all these years, just like the first time I saw him playing in the subway, I felt fireworks inside. How could I help it? Look at him. He is as attractive as he was 10 years ago, maybe even more. You can tell he's been hitting the gym. Check out his arms, his shoulders, his... Okay, that's enough. This is still a family channel. I'll take it from here. As you can imagine, my mom's story was like a roller coaster for me, and by the end, I was pretty dizzy. I didn't know what to say, but at the same time, I had hundreds of questions to ask. But first, I needed some air, like a lot of air, and something to eat. So I walked out of the hospital, and then I saw it. That was really love at first sight. Thank God. I ran to it, and I ordered half a dozen hot dogs. What? Lady has to eat too, you know. Besides, can't think with an empty stomach, right? Bon appetit. Note from the MSA producers. Due to the disgusting nature of the following images, we have decided to censor the next part. Ugh, I so needed that. Now I can think straight. Let's get this over with. I walked back to the hospital, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Mom and Camillo talking at the entrance.
We should try to be friends. After all, we are family.
You don't scare me. And why should he? Oh, let me guess. He probably is the son of the boss of that clan, and he's just dating me because he has a secret agenda, right? No, not at all. So why should I get away from him? Maybe I got carried away. To be honest, I don't think you guys are really a match. I mean, you are a Cancer and he is a Capricorn. Those are the least compatible signs in the horoscope.
I'm actually a Scorpio.
Oh, then it's okay. You have my blessing.
Great! Thanks, Mom.
Camillo hugged my mom. Their performance was as believable as a bunch of elementary school kids acting out Shakespeare for the end of the year play. Of course I knew there was something wrong. I'm not an idiot, guys. I asked Camillo about it like 1,000 times. Why does my mother hate you so much? What did you do? But he always came up with different excuses.
It's because I'm Italian. She hates poets. She doesn't like my cologne. I think she must be in love with me.
Eventually, I stopped asking. I know it sounds crazy, but after so much time, things were somehow in order and part of me didn't want anything to change. Sure, I knew that things sooner or later were gonna bite me, and trust me, when they did, it hurt like a dog bite. The next few days were truly bizarre. My mom came back into our lives as suddenly as she had left. Every time I went to visit my dad, she was there, and the two of them together were absolutely unbearable. You guys know I'm a sucker for love, but they were too much even for me. Here comes the plane.
Can I have a bite of the pilot, too?
Oh, don't start. Last time things got out of hand. Yikes! When my dad was discharged, she took care of him at home. They even urged me to come back and live with them so we could be a happy family. Before saying no, I actually considered it. For like half a millisecond. But Mom was determined to get back into my life, by hook or by crook. Like some regular mom and her teenage daughter, we spent all of our time together fighting. The thing was that I was not a teenager anymore, and she wasn't like a regular mom, which made things really weird. Where are you going? With whom? What time will you be back? I want my lawyer here. I am your lawyer. Talk. To a club with Moon and Luke around 2. That's too late. You can go till 12. But Mom! No buts, Missy. It was kind of fun to make up for lost time. You're so mean. I hate you. I always wanted to yell at my mom that I hate her for some stupid thing, like a normal teenager. Although I would never admit it then, having Mom back was amazing. But still, she really had it in for Camillo. And it wasn't, of course, just because of our zodiac signs. She started playing detective, attempting to sabotage our relationship. She tailed us in secret to our dates. Remind you of anyone? I guess the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Of course, she didn't know about my successful career as a matchmaker. Table 5 said you would take care of their check. Since when is bread so expensive? After that, she sent me flowers and gifts from a mysterious secret admirer. Free chocolate. But that was nothing. It got to the point where she tried to kill Camillo. I didn't know he was allergic to nuts. I told you like yesterday. Oh, it must have slipped my mind. Then she went all in and planned a blind date for me and Kwan, who was a few days away from returning to Korea. I had to admit that it was a beautiful date, and Kwan looked so attractive. But I had a boyfriend and he had a girlfriend. I'm so sorry my mom put you up to this.
Don't worry. It's always nice to spend some time with you.
Won't your girlfriend mind?
I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She left me. She said my heart was still entangled with something here.
And what is that something here?
I think you already know.
Kwan smiled at me, and I blushed so much that I could have become a stunt double for Poe. You know, the red Teletubby. Change the subject, Alice. This could get out of hand. I don't know what my mom has against Camillo. She hates his guts with a passion, but he didn't do anything.
I think you should trust your mom. I know you two have a complicated history, but she must be doing this for a very good reason, and you can't keep ignoring it.
At first, I thought Juan was only saying this because he was jealous, but then I started to think he had a point. Turns out, his words were absolutely right on target. When I got home that same night, I did what I promised I would never do. I went through my boyfriend's computer. Guys, this is me not setting a good example. Don't follow my lead on this one. Remember how I said things would come back to bite me in the butt? Well, they did. More than a dog bite. It was a crocodile bite. Among Camillo's files, I found a book about me. Yes, you heard right. Camillo was writing a book about my life behind my back. Actually, no, he wasn't writing it. It was already finished. What the? To no one's surprise, it turns out that behind it all was Trevor. He had signed over my image rights from our contract to Camillo to write a bestseller airing all my dirty laundry. For the next few hours, I read the entire book. Not only did it expose my deepest fears and desires, those I had confided in him, but it also detailed my mother's criminal history with the Siri clan. If this gets out, she will go to jail. And the worst part of it all, the book was due out in 2 days. Just as my world was collapsing, the collapser opened the door.
Hi, honey.
I was more than ready to use my drumsticks to turn him into a human skewer, but I didn't. I understood that my only advantage at that moment was that he didn't know that I knew. So I pretended that everything was fine and took the first opportunity to get the hell out of there. We're out of milk. I'm gonna go buy some.
We have milk.
But not almond milk.
Since when do you like almond milk?
Since forever? You don't know every single detail about me. Well, maybe I lost it for a moment. Once I escaped from there, I met with my mother. She confessed to me that she knew about Camillo's book. A few weeks ago, my boss told me that someone was snooping about my past and the trial. They thought they were the prosecutors, but when I saw the photo, I recognized Camillo immediately. I'd seen him in every photo and interview of you two. You follow my career? Of course I do. I'm your biggest fan. My mom found out he was writing a book, but when she tried to warn me, he threatened to reveal another big secret. My mother was betraying the clan. She was preparing a case with the prosecution, taking advantage of her inside knowledge to bring down the Siri clan once and for all. If that came out, not only would the case collapse, but we would be in grave danger. The release of the book would have the same result. So we soon regrouped with my dad, Moon, Luke, and Quan to shut down the release of my unauthorized biography. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. We split up and went to different districts to buy all the copies of the book that were ready to circulate. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. In the meantime, my mom managed to get a legal order to stop the printing of new copies, arguing that they did not have my authorization. Amazingly, we managed to stop the book from coming out. We gathered all the copies and made a huge campfire. Not great for the environment, I know. Again, don't follow my lead on this one, guys.
Anyone want a marshmallow?
You're still leaving tomorrow? Maybe you can stick around for a bit.
I'd love to, but I have to go home. But you should visit me.
Maybe I will. Sadly, our victory was short-lived. Feeling defeated, Trevor and Camillo leaked the book virtually, and it soon went viral. What ensued was absolute chaos. My name became a trending topic, and the news went crazy with my mother's criminal story. Soon, reporters were swarming my house and my parents' house looking for a comment. My phone literally exploded from the number of calls and messages it received. To make matters worse, Camillo went on TV to present the book, badmouth me, and reveal that my mom was a double agent for the government. You will pay for this. From that moment on, we became the #1 target of the Siri clan. Things were completely out of hand, and for the first time, I feared for my life and the safety of the people around me. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Alice, there's no time for discussions. Get in the car. We have to go to the witness protection program now. We are in danger. I can't do it, Mom. You two go.
Alice, this isn't up for discussion.
No, it's not, Dad. I'm sorry. I ran between the cars until I lost them. It's not that I didn't want to go with them, but I was a public figure. The reporters and paparazzi would be after me like hounds. I knew that if I went with them, I would put them in even more danger. I needed to go somewhere where no one knew me. Oh, that's it. Quan, is it too soon to visit?
Not at all. I'm glad you're here.
I held Quan's hand as we waited for the plane to take us to Korea. I took a deep breath. It felt like walking away from a fire. Who said you can't run away from your problems?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new Where Are They Now episode. So let's uncover the latest on the Cupid Secrets crew. Alice's parents, Luke and Moon. They just disappeared faster than my motivation on a Monday. But what everybody really wants to know is where is Alice herself, the villain of her her own story. Some say she became a Buddhist monk, others that she had facial surgery to look unrecognizable, but something went wrong and she became a circus freak. Some even claim that she was seen living in the middle of the snowy forest, like the Yeti. But still, the mystery remains unsolved. Where is Alice?
I'll give you a where are they now, you gossip-mongering, face-twisting, snitch-ditch-twitch character hack. This villain is right here, crafting a comeback that'll knock your ratings into the next ice age. And talk about facial surgery? You should check yourself first, wicked witch of the bargain bin Botox, duck lips meeting frog eyes, and a meme gone wrong disaster. No surgeon could fix that.
Calm down. She's not even here.
No, don't shut it off. I want to hear more of her nonsense. Great. Now the power cuts out on me. As if everything else wasn't enough, the electricity there had a mind of its own. It always went out with the worst possible timing. Okay. You know, I'm not usually the nagging type. More like a silent ninja. Until someone turns on that spotlight of lies, you might think we stepped out of a time machine into the past. Well, almost. So this is where Alice is, in the middle of nowhere, picking up cow dung. I know. Gross. I should give you a recap of the last year, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, don't leave. I will. But just because you've been putting up with me since episode 1. Before I start, like and subscribe, and don't forget to never watch MSA on TikTok. Real ones know that YouTube is way cooler. So, after Camillo's book, Kwan and I escaped to a small rural town in South Korea where no one knew or cared who I was. This is nice. It was not.
At least no one will find us here.
Yeah, because no one knows this place exists. Seriously, I tried searching it on Google Maps, and it just showed a shrugging emoji. Still, Kwan absolutely fell in love with our new rural life. He put together his own farm, and it was like he had found his place on Earth. For me, it wasn't that easy.
Alice, collect the cow dung so we could use this for fire.
Not this again. That day, I shouldn't have worn red because it made the bull crazy mad, and he chased me all over the farm until I fell headfirst into the cow poop pile. Ugh, I hate this.
Look on the bright side. It's good for your skin.
Oh, really? Then come here. I'll make you a good hydrating mask. Stop running! Living with Kwan was awesome, but it never felt like my real life. I just wasn't myself there. To make me feel better, Kwan once took me to a nice restaurant in the city, but I felt so paranoid that I went with a full disguise. Maybe that wasn't the best option to keep the attention away from me. Everybody kept looking at me, especially one strange guy with a big ginger afro and sunglasses. That guy keeps staring at us.
Can you blame him with those drumsticks in your hair? And this dress looks like you committed a fashion crime.
Duh, I can't leave them out. And this outfit took hours of careful consideration and about 5 outfit changes. As Kwan went to pay the bill, I turned to that creep, but he vanished into thin air. After that, I decided to stay in the village and never return to the city. Eventually, I kind of got used to living there. But then, a letter arrived and changed everything. It was an invitation to Moon and Luke's wedding. I hadn't talked to anyone from home since I left. I thought they'd eventually forget about me. But turns out, Kwan used to drive out of town to call Moon, and she wanted me to be her maid of honor. Still, I wasn't ready to come back yet.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face your fears.
I'll do it later then.
I have to go. She's my baby sister.
Of course. We said our goodbyes and Kwan left. So I had some alone time. After a few days, I started to get really worried. Kwan wasn't answering my calls or responding to any of my texts. I waited and waited, but no news. Finally, I called Moon, but she didn't know anything about him either. Nobody did. Before I could think about it, I was already on a plane crossing the world to save my boyfriend. As soon as I landed, I did a complete makeover to avoid being recognized. I had more important things to do than deal with the paparazzi. After that, I went straight to the police station. I knew who was behind it all. The Siri clan kidnapped my boyfriend.
Do you have any proof?
I have a strong feeling. Does that count as proof?
Maybe he just ran away from you after reading the book.
The whole police station laughed at me. I wanted to throw all their donuts into the garbage, but I didn't. I just stole a few for later.
Besides, we already captured Siri Clan's leader.
What? After I left the police station, I had so many questions in my head. Just then, I saw Trevor drive by in a cool Porsche and stop not too far away. My heart was beating super fast, and I decided to follow him. I hid in an alley where it was kind of dark. I couldn't see much, but then I heard him talking on the phone.
Keep a low profile. We can't afford any slip-ups right now. I had planned this all along. I even made that foolish Camillo reveal the clan's secrets in his book to have the leader in prison so I could take over
with the empty throne of the Siri clan. I did a lot for him, and that thankless man never recognized me. Now, see who the boss is? Me. Trevor. Only Trevor.
The terror. He went inside, and I crept closer to the building's window and peeked inside. There he was, stood before a group of exhausted kids.
Kids, if you don't do it my way, you'll be swimming with the fish. Yes, you heard me right. You'll be forced to clean my aquarium again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on! Don't make me get the snorkel gear.
Trevor not only carried on with the clan's illegal affairs, but also used his power to create an academy for young talents to build his own musical empire. The police weren't helpful, so it was up to me to stop him and save Quan. Time to bring down his criminal empire. Still, I needed help with that. I needed my friends back. I'm sorry for leaving and ghosting you guys, but I really need you. It's okay. We understand. And we've got to find Quan.
And destroy Trevor. Don't forget about that.
They told me that over the last year, Trevor blocked all their contracts and concerts, sending his army of little singing robots to replace them. He kidnapped my boyfriend and also ruined my band? This time, it's personal. Yeah, I know. That sounded so cool. Like an action movie star. So, I told Moon and Luke about my master plan. So, your plan is to just break into the headquarters of a criminal group and steal illegal stuff? Yeah, pretty much it.
Great. Sounds bulletproof.
That night, we snuck over to their lair. At the entrance, there were 2 security guards.
Okay, we made it pretty far. Call it a night?
No, we have to take them out. So, Alice, you do it. What? Why me? They won't recognize you with your new makeover. Distract them while we try to find another way in. Before I could protest, Luke and Moon threw me towards them. First, I thought I could use my Riz to win them over. Content warning, guys. This might turn into a cringe fest. I walked to them, flirtatious. But I looked like I was just learning to walk for the first time. Excuse me, guys. Do you have names, or can I call you mine?
I'm Frederick.
Mike.
No, I meant I thought your names were Google because you two have everything I've been searching for. Well, that one bombed even harder than my first pickup line. I need to work on my flirting game. In a desperate distraction attempt, I twisted swiftly, aiming for a masterstroke. Fate intervened. My wig slipped off. Uh-oh.
You!
So, time for plan B. What was plan B again?
Stop her!
They jumped on me, but at that exact moment, their radio started playing my favorite song. I went full John Wick mode for real. I grabbed the 2 drumsticks that I always carry around and turned them into lethal weapons. Oh, I forgot to mention that during my time in Korea, I became a black belt in Taekwondo. Silly me. After beating up those 2, I tried to find Moon and Luke, but I got to Trevor's office. I turned it inside out, but found nothing about Quan. I was about to give up when I came across something mind-blowing. A manuscript from Camillo, Cupid's Secrets Part 2. A sequel to my story. Yeah, my head exploded. Quite literally. It detailed with amazing precision my life in that little town in Korea. Every little part of it. How the heck did he know all this? Then, as James Bond's villains, they appeared.
Oh, look who's here. So good to see you, babe. I love your new style, but ew, you smell like cow poop.
Trevor and Camillo were at the door of the studio. I lunged at them. You fuck! But an army of guards appeared out of nowhere and held me.
No, dear. This is not a kung fu movie. Guards, just take this little rat away.
Trevor, wait. Don't be so hard. She is my ex, after all. Alice, I know what you must be thinking. How did I know all that? Just take a look at the notes.
I looked at the notes. It was some kind of daily report. A really complete one. Then my heart stopped. The name that signed all the notes was Quan. It isn't true. Quan would never betray me like that. You're lying. Tell me where he is.
Well, you thought the same about Camillo, and look where that got you. You see, Alice, everyone's playing their own game. Quan, in this case, is playing hide and seek. Hide until the book is out and seeking a fortune.
He's gonna be rich. And he just had to sell us his relationship with you. A bargain, if you ask me.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks. Once again, my boyfriend stabbed me in the back.
I told you it was a mistake to fire me, kid. Now leave with your dumb friends. And Luke, just a piece of advice. Next time, don't yell when trying to sneak in somewhere.
Oh yeah? I was caught in a half-open window. What should I have done?
Probably not screaming like a maniac. Push my butt up! Push my butt up! I was completely defeated. I didn't even fight back when his goons kicked us out.
Don't go too far this time. I need good material for our next book. Remember, all good things come in threes.
Luke and Moon kept asking me what happened inside, but I didn't say a word. I just said goodbye and went straight to the airport to disappear once again, and this time for good. Just as I was about to board the plane, I got an audio message from Moon.
So, remember that our wedding was supposed to take place today, but got canceled after Quan disappeared? Well, surprise, it's happening, because Quan is back.
What?
We couldn't find another date available for over a month, so we're gonna get married now. We're just waiting for you. Hurry!
Furiously, I rushed out of the airport to confront him. Still, I did a quick pit stop at the hairdresser. Then I did my makeup and put on my dress. What? I was still furious, but it was a wedding. I had to look great, and I did. I burst into the ceremony, and I saw him, next to Luke, who was waiting for Moon at the altar. I dashed toward him like lightning.
Alice, you look...
Wonderful? Beautiful? Yeah, I know.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you for real? Let's see. Where should I begin? Maybe by the fact that you disappeared from the face of the planet for days?
You told me to do that!
I did what? Yeah, we were being really loud in a church, and everybody was staring at us.
Guys, maybe we can discuss this later?
When did I tell you to disappear?
You sent me a message saying that I should hide and get rid of my phone because the Siri clan was after me. So, stayed locked in a hotel all this time. It was quite boring, by the way. I even learned how to walk on walls. I'll show you later. But I couldn't miss Moon's wedding, so I'm here. I'm so glad you're here today too, by the way.
That didn't make any sense. I hadn't sent any message. He was lying again. What about the book? Yeah, I found your little report notes.
But how?
You wrote everything. All our private moments and secrets just to sell them to Trevor and Camillo?
Wait, what? I did write all of that, but I didn't sell anything. I lost them at the airport.
Like I'm gonna believe that.
I would never sell that. I just took notes of everything because, well, it's quite embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting your butt kicked in a church by the bridesmaid?
Okay. The truth is I wanted to write my own book about you. To show the world how nice and cute and wonderful you truly are.
Yeah, this is the part where you go, aww. Still, at that moment, I was confused and shocked. I didn't want to believe him, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was telling the truth. I felt so embarrassed. But then I saw him hiding among the rest of the guests. That weird-looking ginger afro guy that used to spy on us in Korea. Stop that guy! He ran, and I chased after him. Just when he was about to escape, Moon appeared, rocking her wedding dress and blocking his way. He turned around, and I hit him with a crazy taekwondo kick that sent his afro and glasses flying. He was Camillo. He had followed us to Korea to spy on us, and when he found out about Kwan's notes, he stole them from him at the airport. As if that wasn't enough, he and Trevor sent the message pretending to be me and telling Kwan to hide. Why the heck are you here?
I needed to see the showdown. It's the ending of my sequel.
You and your freaking sequel. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Let me.
Quan stepped forward and headed for Camillo. He grabbed him and shoved him, ready to punch his lights out, but I stopped him.
He deserves it.
But he's not worth it.
Yeah, the last thing I need is to get punched by a farmer.
I turned around and slapped Camillo so hard he spun like a startled ballerina. When he finally stopped twirling, Moon gave him another slap, sending him into another whirlwind. But I wasn't done with him. Listen to me good, you hack of a writer. I'm about to end your whole career. First, I took care of Trevor. I sent Luke, disguised and armed with a camera, to his music academy. Turns out, Trevor had those poor kids rehearsing day and night, like a twisted version of School of Rock. He got arrested for child abuse, and the Siri clan vanished. My family was finally free, so I went to get them out of the witness protection program. When my dad opened the door, he had the longest beard ever. Gandalf, is that you?
Alice!
Dad hugged me tightly. Soon Mom joined in. I can't breathe, guys! My parents moved back to Rochester and got re-engaged. Another wedding on the way. With my mother's help, I sued Camillo for the rights to my own story. During the trial, it came to light that he had plagiarized other writers. Camillo lost all profits from the book, sequel rights, and his reputation. Last I heard, he was working as a waiter again. I said cappuccino, not macchiato, you spaghetti brain. Finally, I was free. I had my voice back. Eventually, I found the perfect place to tell my story. So, thanks MSA. They don't pay as much as Hollywood, but they are way cooler. Oh, and the rest of Luke and Moon's wedding was awesome. Our band even got together for a quick reunion show. Then we partied like there was no tomorrow. But there was. I could have never done this without you.
Of course course you could have. So, what now?
My real life is here. My family, my friends, my music.
But mine isn't.
We both started crying because we knew that despite that we loved each other, we had to follow our own path. Sometimes love is about letting the other one go. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to end this 5-part story with such a downer. You know your girl Alice better than that. So, Quan returned to that little town life that he loved so much. As for me, the band got back together and we traveled the world playing our music. Many years later, my music took me to a familiar country. I took a trip to the countryside and reached a lovely farm. Then I saw him. Quan looked so handsome. I remember the first time we met. He was acting like a tough guy and I was dressed as a goth. Safe to say, we've both had quite the glow up since then. When he saw me, he smiled. And then everything. Silence. Time stood still. Electricity. Heart racing. And of course, the famous fireworks. I ran to him, and that was it, guys. The end of my crazy and long journey. I guess love always finds its way in the end.
Good day, everyone. My name is Odette, and I'm in the 10th grade. They say you can tell a lot from someone's face. Mine says, "Please look away." I'm an only child with only child parents, meaning I have no aunts or uncles. My life is boring. My parents are calm and reasonable in that polite, suburban way. I always believed even my face looks boring.
You know, Odette, it's time to have some purpose in your life.
Well, I'm just waiting for the tragic twist in my life arc, because you guys didn't give me a dramatic backstory to work with.
Okay, maybe start with a job?
Yeah, Sharon, lead with that next time. Don't make it sound philosophical. You just want another income stream. Whatever. I'm going to my room.
Where did we go wrong with our one and only?
A few days later, I started babysitting. It was the worst decision of my life. I got an email from a woman saying she had a disabled daughter and needed someone to start immediately. She'd already left for work, but there was a note on the fridge with a list of instructions and $300 on the kitchen table. The daughter was quiet, sweet even. I gave her food, helped her to the bathroom, and for a few hours, everything was fine. Then I started noticing things. Shadows in the hallway, footsteps behind me. You know, classic horror movie nonsense. Long story short, she wasn't disabled. She was just pretending, for fun. People are weird. Yeah, I think my purpose in life can wait. Maybe my purpose was to find a boy instead. I saw my classmates getting boyfriends and having cute relationships. Except me. I have this friend in particular. Her name is Lila, and she genuinely loves boys.
God created Adam and noticed he was bored. Imagine being in heaven and still feeling bored. So Eve was made to entertain him. Can't you see it? We girls are men's heaven. All you have to do is just smile and entertain them. But Odette, you're a frowny, boring little creature. Smile so you attract good energy. And by that, I mean boys.
But I didn't know how to smile to attract boys. I didn't have it in me. Whenever I saw a boy, I'd just frown and keep my head down and walk away. I once tried with the new boy. He was wearing sunglasses indoors. I don't know if he thought he was famous or had an eye infection. Either way, I decided to smile.
Are you sneezing or threatening me with your face?
I stared at him, frozen.
Okay, I'm calling you Snarly, like Charlie, but with a snarl.
People laughed, even me. That was Rafe. He went from being the new student to the popular one instantly. He had this annoying way of making fun of you and still making you laugh. From that moment on, he kept showing up in my life. Unfortunately, so did the name Snarly. Every girl tried to be his girlfriend, especially Lila. Oh, the heck she tried.
He said he was waiting for someone special to have a relationship with. What does that even mean? He's a teenager, a popular, cool one. Just hang out with the prettiest girl in the school, which is me. But seriously, what's wrong with him?
Maybe romantic guys do exist.
Ugh, you're so naive. Anyway, what did your mom cook today?
I smelled meatloaf, so that.
Again?
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
Hey, you. First of all, I really don't want to stay with that ugly stepmom of mine. Second of all, I'm doing you a favor. It's not like you found a better friend. The heck, you only have me. So shut up and get me some meatloaf.
Lila didn't exactly have a calm life. Her dad was a useless, handsome man who somehow got tricked into divorcing her goddess of a mom, thanks to a stepmom so ugly she could curdle milk. Her real mom either ran away or fell into depression. We don't know. What we do know is that Lila never saw her again. Then one day, Rafe was playing in the final, super important basketball game of the year. Everyone was cheering for him. Some girls were even crying.
If they lose, I'll spit on their faces. Except Rafe. He can spit on mine if it helps him release some of that frustration.
Do you not have even a shred of self-respect? Everyone glared at me. Apparently, I was the fun killer. And an idiot.
Why are you like this? You don't have to take life so seriously. Just chill and enjoy the vibe.
Then Rafe scored the final shot, and our school won. The crowd went feral. People were chanting his name. They lifted him up on their shoulders like he was a national hero. But then Rafe asked them to put him down. His face was weirdly serious. He turned and looked directly at me. Then he started walking toward me. Everyone fell silent, even me. He looked deep into my eyes and said,
"Would you go out with me, Odette?"
The crowd gasped, but not the cute, supportive kind. More like an, "Is this a prank?" gasp.
Rafe, nice one.
But Rafe didn't laugh. He just kept looking at me with this soft, serious expression. I wanted to laugh it off. I really did. But something about the way he looked at me made my stomach flip. Some girls laughed nervously and touched his shoulder. A few boys joined in, filming the whole thing. One guy grabbed Lila's hand.
"Will you be my girlfriend?" Oh no, wait, what did Rafe say? Oh yeah, "Would you go out with me, Lila?"
Then, out of nowhere, Rafe shoved him hard. The laughter died instantly. Then he just turned back to me, calm as ever.
So...
Just say yes for now. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, I'll go out with you, Rafe. He grinned from ear to ear, picked me up on his shoulder, and carried me away. Everyone just stood there, blinking, whispering, filming, trying to figure out what had just happened. And from that day on, my life changed forever. For a while, everything felt perfect. Rafe and I became that couple, walking the halls hand in hand, skipping class to sit behind the gym and share terrible vending machine snacks. My parents were totally against me dating Rafe. I don't get it. He's handsome, funny, and successful.
Yeah, but something's off. Like how he just sat in our living room with his feet on the coffee table. Little things like that say a lot.
Oh, come on, Daddy.
Listen to your old man, daughter. He's no good news.
For God's sake, last time I checked, you're an accountant living a boring life with dead parents, no siblings, and 0 friends. Since when are you a psychologist, David?
Oh, Dad, come on, honey. It's his vibe, his aura.
Are you a psychologist?
No.
Do you read psychology books, human behavior? Facebook posts don't count.
No.
Then please, just let me have this one. Finally someone notices me, and he's not just anyone. He's the most popular boy in the entire school, maybe the whole city.
That's what makes it even more fishy. Why would he choose you?
Honey, that's not how we agreed to phrase.
Aha! So it is because he chose me, not his aura or his feet on the coffee table. Why am I not even surprised? Can we please never talk about this again? Lila was the happiest for me.
Look, I know most besties would be super jealous if their average, boring-looking friend got the hottest guy in school, especially when that bestie is as pretty and fun as me. But trust me, I'm proud of you.
Thanks. But why are you spraying that pink stuff on your feet?
Oh, I've got a date with this rich guy. He's a couple years older than us. Well, maybe a couple years on top of those couple years. He's 5 years older, okay? But love doesn't care about age. I just want everything to be perfect, including my feet.
So you're gonna tell him nice to feet you?
Ha ha. You're actually so stupid sometimes. I love it. So, how's everything with Rafe?
It's fine, I guess. But there's this nagging feeling. Like something's off. I don't know.
I know that feeling. It's called insecurity. Just live in the moment, babe. Stop overthinking. Oh, and I just had meatloaf. But brace yourself. It was actually good today. Like, edible. Anyway, I gotta go. Love ya. Mwah.
Maybe Lila was right. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I just needed to loosen up. Until things took a different turn. I started spending more and more time with Rafe. He was sweet and generous, but he never invited me to his house. I kept asking. Then I started nagging. Finally, he agreed to take me there. I was surprised by how old and worn down the house looked. The front porch creaked under her feet. Just as Rafe opened the door, a glass flew past us and shattered onto the street. Rafe yanked me back.
Where did you put the money, you useless witch?
I bought food with it. What, you want me to leave money here so you can waste it on more cigarettes, you junkie?
Well, welcome to my house.
We stepped inside. The place was a mess. Dark, musty, with dishes piled up and clothes tossed over furniture. His mom looked pale and worn out. His dad looked like he hadn't showered in weeks.
Mom, Dad, this is Odette, my girlfriend.
Oh, so now it's Mom, Dad, and not Dad, Mom. Why is she first, huh? You stinking little disappointment.
You can't tell me how to speak. I said what I said. What are you gonna do? Hit me? Burn me? Go ahead. What do you even want from us? Why are you still alive?
Oh, trying to show off in front of your girlfriend? Like you're the man of the house? Joke's on you. She's not even pretty.
Don't listen to him, sweetheart.
Don't talk about her like that.
Fine, let's talk about you then. Hey, bimbo, this kid you're dating still wets the bed. His mom dragged him to every doctor in town, but some people are just born failures.
How dare you?
She grabbed a rolled-up newspaper and smacked him across the head. I stood there, frozen. Rafe took my hand without saying a word, and we walked out. Well, I guess I'll never complain about the boring life my parents gave me again.
Yeah, I get it. Now you know why I never wanted you to meet them. I'm sorry you had to see all that.
Don't be, Rafe. I'm your girlfriend. I'll accept you no matter what.
Cool. I like acceptance. So, not leveling up yet? You know, like love? Because, Odette, I love you.
Finally! What took you so long?
It's been, like, a few weeks, but yeah, I mean, you're amazing. I'm lucky to have you. And when I become this huge, successful basketball player, I'll give you the best life.
He was ambitious. He had dreams, and I liked that about him. Then he leaned in to kiss me, and my stomach flipped. But just then, my phone rang. Ugh, it's my mom.
Don't answer, Snarly. Let me kiss you and take you to your favorite diner.
Rafe and I were only getting closer, which I didn't want my parents to know about, so I kept lying more and more to them. My grades slipped, but I told myself it was fine. I'd catch up later. I just needed time. Time to be with Rafe, to support him, to listen to his rants, to calm him down when he got angry for no reason and swore he wasn't actually mad. We had a routine. After school, I'd meet him behind the gas station near the edge of town. We'd sit on the curb, share a soda, and talk about how fake everyone else was. He said I was the only real person he knew. He started asking for little favors, borrowing my phone, asking me to cover for him when he missed something, lying to his mom. I did it all. That's what you do when someone loves you, right? Sometimes he disappeared for a day or two, and when he came back, he acted like nothing happened. And so would I. I stopped hanging out with Lila as much.
You've been ditching me like you're in a full-time relationship with a ghost.
He's just going through stuff.
Right, and you're the emotional support animal.
You're the one who told me to follow my heart and live in the moment.
Yeah, the moment. Not the weeks, not the months. Odette, your parents call me all the time asking where you are. I lie and say you're with me, or studying in the library. It sucks. I hate lying to them.
Then don't. If covering for me is such a burden, maybe you weren't a good friend to begin with.
Whoa. Since when do you talk to me like that? Oh, wait, since you started hanging out with Rafe. Open your eyes, Odette. Don't lose yourself.
Oh, please. Says the girl dating some guy 5 years older than her just because he's rich? You want to talk about self-respect?
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. I'm leaving.
No, wait. Stay. You love my parents. They love you. You feel sorry for them, right? You can play the perfect daughter they wish they had. I'm leaving.
We have SATs coming up, Odette. Don't you care? You're ruining everything for yourself over that dumb jerk.
Surprisingly, Lila got a good score on the SATs. I got an acceptable grade, but not good enough to get into nursing school like I'd always planned. Rafe didn't even take the test. He overslept that day. I can't believe Lila scored higher than me. I mean, yeah, she's not dumb, but I've always been the one with the better grades. Now I can't even apply to nursing school. I should have studied more. I told you we didn't need to go to the movies every single night, Rafe.
Oh, so now it's my fault, Snarly? Babe, what's done is done, okay? Don't beat yourself up. Come on, I'll get you some pancakes. That always cheers you up.
Rafe, where do you even get all this money from? I mean, yeah, I lend you some sometimes, but it's not enough to cover everything we do.
Wow. So you think I can't survive without your little charity coins?
First of all, they're not little coins. Oh, come on, I'm joking. You know I don't mind helping. I was just asking.
No, you weren't. You were judging me, belittling me. Why do you care where the money comes from? I take care of you, don't I? I feed you, I spoil you. Isn't that enough?
I'm sorry, babe. You're right. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, okay? Tell me what I can do to make it up to you.
You can come with me on a country tour. I got this RV from my uncle. We'll travel, see the world, hit every state. Just you and me.
But what about college? And my parents?
What about them? I'm sure your parents don't mind you having fun and taking a break from all the stress. And in college, you said yourself, you're not doing nursing anymore. Take an online course, finance or something. That's a good career too, babe.
I told my parents I needed time to think about my future. They begged me to stay, but I'd already made up my mind. 2 weeks later, I was packing my bags and climbing into the RV, ready for my freedom. At least, that's what I thought it was. It was amazing. We went to places I'd only seen on TV. Nevada desert, Hollywood, coastal cities with overpriced ice cream, and strangers who looked at us like we didn't match. People stared, sometimes whispered, like they couldn't believe a guy like Rafe would be with someone like me. Once, a pretty girl asked for his number. He smiled and shook his head.
Already got the best girl in the world.
She scoffed and walked off. He never saw me watching, but for the rest of the day, I couldn't stop smiling. I once posted a picture of us eating instant noodles on the RV steps. The caption said, "Love in the little things." It got a lot of likes. My parents still called. Sometimes I answered, and sometimes they were just yelling, begging me to come back. Eventually, I stopped picking up. Once, in Wyoming, there wasn't much to do. I went to sleep early. When I woke up, Rafe wasn't next to me. I called him many times, and it went straight to voicemail. Evening came, and still nothing. I decided to look around for him. Just as I stepped out of the RV, a police officer, a woman, was walking up, about to knock.
Miss Odette, you're under arrest. Anything you say or do can be used against you in court.
What the actual heck? She flipped me around and cuffed me. I tried to resist, tried to ask what was happening. She didn't answer, just shoved me in the car.
The RV is stolen. I mean, what else do you think we deal with out here? The Wall Street crash?
What? It's not even mine.
No kidding. That's exactly the problem. The guy who actually owns it just reported it's stolen, and he says you were the one driving it around.
Can I make a phone call? I'm allowed one, right?
Ugh, these movies. Everyone thinks they get one call. Fine, go ahead. Call the president if you want.
I called my parents, and I prayed they come to help me out.
What do you mean, arrested?
Odette, where are you?
Wyoming?
Is that in Japan?
No, honey, give me the phone. Sweetie, that's like 7 hours away from here.
Yeah? And I'm your only daughter.
We're coming, honey. Just stay strong. Just then, Rafe showed up. Where the heck were you? I ran to him, hitting his chest with both fists. The officer stepped in and pulled me back into the cell.
You don't have to lock her up. I talked to my uncle. He's coming to sort this out. That jerk filed a report because I'm behind on paying him back.
Where were you, Rafe? You've disappeared before, but this time I was alone in a strange place, scared. And your uncle reported you? Nothing about this adds up. I'm sorry, but I called my parents. I think I'm gonna stay with them for a while.
No, babe, please don't say that. Don't give up on me. You're all I have. Please. I can't be without you. Don't make me beg.
You already are begging. Is that part of your dream too? The one where you become a famous basketball player and give me the perfect life? Yeah. How's that going so far?
Funny thing, I once had someone beg like that. I didn't give him a chance. Thought I was being smart. And then I lost him. Not saying what you should do, but some things haunt you.
I hated how much that got to me. The thought of losing him, of him disappearing forever, made my stomach twist. I wasn't strong enough yet. Fine. I'll call my parents.
Then let's go, babe, before they get here.
As we walked out, the officer leaned in and whispered in my ear.
How'd you land someone that hot? Good for you, girl. You know what might even make him hotter?
Liking this video and subscribing to MSA like everyone else? I called my parents, but they had already booked their flight and were heading to the airport. When they landed and kept calling, I let it ring. Then I let it ring again. And then I stopped checking. 2 months went by, and the fun life I'd been living started to feel dull. My parents barely called anymore. I opened Instagram and saw that Lila had gotten into the nursing school I always wanted. She even posted a picture of her engagement to that rich, successful guy. Funny how I used to be the one with the bright future, while she came from a messy home and had this weird obsession with impressing men. That night, someone knocked on our door. Rafe started acting weird, like he didn't want me to see who it was. But I pushed past him and opened the door, and saw a bunch of dangerous-looking guys with tattoos on their faces. Why am I not even surprised at this point?
Babe, it's not what it looks like. I just borrowed some money and they're being dramatic.
You're saying it like we just met you yesterday. You've been working for us for years. Now, are you paying up, or can I take a closer look at your pretty little girlfriend?
Don't touch her! I mean, babe, he thinks you're pretty and not boring. Don't touch her, you idiot.
How much do you owe them?
Just $25,000.
Add a zero to that.
250,000 US dollars? And just like that, my stomach flipped. I gagged and nearly threw up on the mafia guy's boots.
Whoa! She's so shocked she's about to hurl.
I'm pregnant, you idiot. Rafe looked shocked, but also happy. His eyes lit up. Then he turned to the mafia guy and said,
So, no baby discount?
Are you seriously negotiating right now? I started hitting him, and one of the mafia guys actually pulled me away.
Relax, miss. It's not good for the baby.
For the next few days, Rafe was acting super nice. It was almost humiliating how hard he tried to please me, cutting my toenails, kissing my feet, and deep down, I felt sorry for him. With that dysfunctional family and the belittling jerk dad he had, I was sure it all made him the way he is. But I also believed I had lost so many years with him. I knew what was happening was wrong. It was just too hard to let go. That night, I left while Rafe was asleep. I had contacted Lila on Instagram sometime earlier, and we'd agreed to meet up. When I saw her, she didn't even look happy to see me. She was cold and dry.
What, you want money now that you know I'm engaged to that rich guy?
Whoa, you've changed a lot in the past 2 years. What the heck, Lila?
Okay, fine. That was too much, I know. But still, why did you want to meet up, considering your poor life choices?
I know you've had problems ever since that thing happened when we were kids, and you can't carry a baby. So, I'm offering you something. Please don't take it as charity. I'm pregnant, and I thought maybe
you'd want to adopt the baby. Lila looked shocked. Then her eyes lit up. She smiled wide and hugged me.
Oh my God, my man doesn't even know I can't have kids. I've been too afraid to tell him. He'd probably leave me. But this is perfect. I'll just fake being pregnant, and when you give birth, I'll take the baby as mine.
Wait, you don't mean legally? You don't want the papers to show I'm the biological mom?
Who cares? You always said your life was boring. Abandoning a baby just fits you. I know this might feel hard because, well, having a baby might be your only achievement in life, but babe, if cats can do it, it's not that deep.
Let me get this straight. You think this is about achievement? Do you even know how hard it is to give up a baby that came from your own body?
Not so hard for you, apparently. I mean, you're handing the baby away the second you found out you had one. What kind of mother does that?
And bam! I slapped her. She slapped me back.
This'll slap you back to reality. You were my safest place, idiot. Look at you now. Take this. Do you hear yourself? Wake up, you stupid witch. Take this and this and this. So, what are you gonna do?
If you can't adopt my baby, then maybe adopt me.
Odette, nothing is forcing you to stay with him.
But he loves me. And let's be honest, Lila. Girls like me don't exactly get love stories.
That's a lie Rafe told you to believe. You're lovable. You just forgot. And sometimes love destroys people, Odette, especially when it's too much, when it blinds you.
But he's a victim, Lila. He grew up with an abusive dad and a wrecked home. That messed him up.
Maybe so, but your support has to stop when it starts destroying you. Don't turn yourself into the victim of your own choices.
I don't even know why I gave him another chance. Maybe I didn't have the strength to leave, or maybe I was afraid of being pregnant and alone. Maybe I believed him when the tears came and he promised he'd change. In the next months, Rafe came home bruised, limping, once even from jail. Other times, he just didn't come at all. I spent nights alone at the hospital while he lost track of time. And when he did show up, it was with apologies and bruised knuckles, not flowers. Then one evening, I came home from a long hospital checkup to find him sitting outside the RV, staring into nothing.
I have to sell it, the RV. I owe them and they want their money.
Wait, what? No, don't sell it. I think I can help. He looked at me like I was a ghost, then grinned.
You're gonna borrow money from your parents. Borrow. As if we'd ever pay them back.
I didn't answer.
What, are you gonna rob a bank or maybe call a friend that hates me?
Just wait for tonight. You'll know.
I love you, Snarly. What would I do without you?
That night, I messaged Lila, asked her to meet me halfway. I told her I needed to go home, and she came and didn't ask me any questions. The drive was mostly silent. I watched the highway lights. She hummed softly. When we reached my parents' house, I braced for anger and shame. Instead, Mom opened the door, saw my swollen face and belly, and pulled me into an embrace so tight it cracked everything I'd been holding in.
Oh, sweetie, welcome home.
We missed you so much.
I thought being loved meant being useful. I mean, why else would a handsome guy love someone like me? Dad draped my old blanket, the one I'd sworn I didn't need, over my shoulders. The next morning, I enrolled in online classes. Nothing grand, just something manageable with a baby coming, and a life to rebuild. Weeks passed. I got bigger, slower, tired, and then the baby came. It was a long night, too long. I was sweaty, shaking, crying, maybe screaming. I don't remember half of it. But when the nurse placed him in my arms, everything went quiet. He was so tiny, red, wrinkly, angry at the world already. His eyes didn't even open yet, but mine did. I looked at him, and I swore, I'm going to give you the life I never had, the love I spent years begging for. You won't have to earn it. You'll just have it. I found out sometime later that Rafe had been arrested for attempting some robbery. I guess he'd gotten desperate to pay off his debts.
I almost felt relieved. He was better off in jail than being killed by some criminal on the streets. And he was no longer my problem, because some people just can't be helped. But my mom was by my side, holding my hand. My dad brought me soup. And Lila sent a message that just said, "I'm proud of you, idiot." And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like running. I was exactly where I was meant to be. Sometimes, the bravest kind of love is the one you give yourself. Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Great. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue?
Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it, so I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room.
I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay?
The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent. And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine? Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it. Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore. But we're best friends. And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again. Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara walking to her house. What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her.
I can't accuse any student without without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay? But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work, my awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could. So I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there. And moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up. And then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait! Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen. Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a...
Emma, I'm such an idiot. I ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now.
Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you.
I missed you too, Emma. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature.
I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling.
Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin.
Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me.
Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am.
How is that the same thing?
It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece. And boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my God, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either. And then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police. But even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things.
After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out. Is Arthur back? No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you.
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him. And that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg. Lucky you. You just won a tuition discount from Dad. I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, Beaut.
Bees. It has bees.
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was going to kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up. And finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but...
I'll take that.
I...
It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in, and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star?
A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors.
Of course. You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance.
Hi there.
When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that, for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's, Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice, Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not, horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, penitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say. When nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect. But believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom! Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camilo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camilo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem. Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camilo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't going to give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camilo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camilo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Oh, just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Aha! Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on. What do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly, we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice!
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors, too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on, then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camilo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camilo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax. What is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous. Okay, I admit it. I was scared. But you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doovie. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and firework. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it.
In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax. I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Quan and Camillo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camillo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh? Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camillo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camillo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camillo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camillo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my God, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks. We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe? What are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed.
Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy. You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides.
Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20.
$30, final offer. The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs. Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius. We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice.
Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail. Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke.
Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money. You forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. Hi, I'm Joyce, and I'm from China. People think my life is perfect. A pretty face, wealthy parents, and an elite school. But what good is any of that if my family doesn't love me and favors my genius brother? All I ever wanted was for my dad to be proud of me. But I made my brother disappear, and that ruined my life. Let me start from the beginning. I look like Mom, thankfully. Dad's beauty is mostly internal. Mom is the prettiest woman I've ever seen, and she looked more like my big sister than my mom.
She looks like you, but I hope she doesn't have your brain, or she'll turn out useless like you.
Well, I had learning difficulties and barely spoke more than a few words until I was 5. Dad hated me. He spoiled my brother Dustin rotten. I wanted to impress him too, but Dustin, 3 years younger than me, was already a genius. Dustin loved me, no matter how much Dad compared us. He never let it get between us. Like this one time on my 8th birthday, Dad decided to celebrate Dustin instead of me. He invited all his employees and business partners, Dustin was on stage reciting this long old English poem called Beowulf, and people were already yawning and checking their watches. Mom and I were late because we were at the salon, and when we finally walked in halfway through the poem, every single head turned our way. People looked at us like we were movie stars. Dad came rushing over, looking pissed.
What are you all staring at, huh? It's just two girls who care more about their looks than their brains. Joyce, you're just a disappointment. Go upstairs. Actually, do us all a favor and stay there.
I went to my room, and a few people, including Dustin, gave me the thumbs up and told me how pretty I looked in my dress. So I gave them my best princess bow, threw a couple of kisses like a celebrity, and kept walking. Once Dustin started first grade, my parents adored him even more. Dad gave him the entire second floor, 3 private drivers, and 1 jet. Maybe you're wondering why a 6-year-old needs a private jet. Yeah, me too. But when you're that rich and that obsessed with your genius kid, I guess a bicycle just doesn't cut it. Anyway, once, Dustin took me on his jet to France for breakfast. And when Dad found out, he freaked out and grounded me for weeks. I knew I would never make Dad love me, so I thought maybe being close to Dustin would help. Whenever he did something wrong, like breaking a glass or messing up the floor, I'd take the blame, thinking maybe that would make Dad look at me differently.
Joyce, stop! You don't have to cover for me. Dad's not gonna love you more because you're suffering, and it kills me when he talks about you like you're nothing.
No, you're just too young to get it. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dustin had a science project and wanted to test gravity and weight. He used a bowling ball from our private bowling alley and dropped it on different items. One of those items was an old watch he thought nobody wanted, but it turned out it belonged to our maid, a gift her mom had given her when she was a child my age. When she found it broken, she lost it and said she would tell our parents. I panicked. I couldn't let them think their perfect kid could be this careless. So I did something I'm not proud of. I knew our maid had a sick mother, so I called her. This is Joyce. I'm sure you know who I am. Your daughter is threatening me and my brother, and I don't like that. I know you're sick and you need monthly medications, and your husband is useless and your son steals from you. And your only provider is our maid. So I advise you to talk to your daughter and tell her to back off, or I'll talk Daddy into firing her. Do it before it's too late. Then I hung up with a tight feeling in my chest. The maid didn't say anything after that. She just kept working quietly for days, and I felt terrible. I kept giving her money from my pocket anonymously for years. Then 9th grade arrived, and something completely unexpected happened. One afternoon, I was humming in the school bathroom when the music teacher happened to be hiding in one of the stalls trying to catch girls who were vaping. She heard me, asked me to sing, and ended up loving my voice. She even said I could be the lead singer for the Christmas choir. I was over the moon. And no, of course Dad didn't come to the choir. Only Mom came. And she didn't even stay until the end because Dad called her to come home for whatever reason. But everyone else was so impressed by my voice that a few people came up to talk to me afterward, including this kind-looking man who honestly resembled Keanu Reeves, if Keanu had a paunch.
I'm Peter Anderson. I'm a music producer. You've probably heard the rumors that I'm a fraud, but this town loves gossip more than the truth. Anyway, I see real talent in you, and if you're interested, I'd love to help you become a singer. Here's my card, and maybe we can talk more in my office.
I was so happy that someone finally noticed something in me and wanted to help me shine, even if it was this half-fraud kind of a mess person. Of course I kept his card with me, and I didn't tell anyone except Dustin.
So I guess you're the child who'll make our family proud after all.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, Joy, people think the perfect favored child is the lucky one, but it's actually the ugly, stupid, neglected one. Like, how would you discover your voice if you lived in a cage chasing someone else's dream?
Okay, wow, this is getting deep.
Don't worry, I won't go that deep. I know your IQ. Anyway, I need a favor. I know you're going to that Halloween party this weekend, and Dad would never let me go. So maybe you could sneak me out with you? I really, really want to go. They're bringing Chicago-style pizza. And if Dad finds out I snuck out, at least he'll know I was with you.
Which will make things even worse.
Come on! I'll do your assignments for the whole next semester.
For the next 2 years.
Fine. Shake on it.
Wait, did you like this video and subscribe to MSA?
Obviously. Why do you think I turned out so emotionally intelligent? Guys, interact with our video so this story blows up. What are you waiting for? Comment now.
That weekend, I snuck Dustin out and we headed to this huge party 5 blocks away. Dustin was wearing a white ghost costume. Way too simple for a genius, but whatever. I dressed like Amy Winehouse, and honestly, I looked really cool. The party was wild. Everyone was having fun, and a bunch of kids were wearing the same ghost costume as Dustin. I kept an eye on him until this cute guy came up to me and started talking. I liked him, and when I saw Stephanie staring at us with jealousy, I realized she probably liked him too. She was a girl from my school who was always jealous of me, so I decided to annoy her even more. She walked over and started talking to him, and he didn't mind.
So, Alan, did you know I have a really good voice? I can sing Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley if you want. They have karaoke here.
It's Derek.
The singer?
No, my name.
Anyway, I'll show you how it's done.
Then she rushed to the karaoke machine and sang in front of everyone. Her voice wasn't bad, and I saw Derek nodding along. When she finished, everyone cheered, and she looked like she owned the world with that smug smile. I don't know what came over me, but I ran up, grabbed the mic, and started singing too. Everyone went silent, listening. I even saw kids showing each other their goosebumps. When I finished, Derek came over to hype me up.
That's my girl.
I felt amazing, especially when I saw Stephanie's annoyed face. My eyes followed her as she stormed out of the party, and I saw a few boys in ghost costumes leaving too. That's when I remembered Dustin. I tried to run after him, but kids kept stopping me for high fives and congratulations. By the time I made it outside, I sprinted to the group of ghost boys. Dustin? Dustin! Knock it off! This isn't funny! No one answered. I started pulling off their masks one by one, but none of them were Dustin.
Back off, you weirdo!
Panic shot through me. I ran like crazy through the streets. Dustin! 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 2 hours passed. I couldn't find him. I was so worried sick about my brother, and I knew there was no running from calling Dad. I was finished. Dad and Mom arrived with a few police officers, and Dad looked like he was about to finish me off. He lunged toward me, but Mom stepped between us. He glared at her with furious eyes.
So now you're protecting your kid? Oh, that's funny because I didn't see you stopping them from sneaking out in the middle of the night.
The officers tried to calm him down while everyone started searching for Dustin, but another day passed and still no sign of him. The whole town volunteered. People searched through the nights, but nothing. Every second felt heavier than the last. I isolated myself. I text Dustin every day. Stupid messages like, "Where are you?" and "Please come home," as if he'd somehow see them and reply. At night, I'd sneak into his room and sleep in his bed, burying my face in his pillow until his smell faded away. Some nights, I'd just sit on his floor holding his favorite hoodie, feeling like I'd lost the only person who ever really saw me. Dad barely talked to me anymore. Mom didn't yell at me or blame me, but sometimes I'd catch her crying alone, and she'd wipe her tears the second she saw me. "I'm sorry, Mom." She didn't answer. "Can we talk about this? I want to hear your voice. I know what happened is my fault, but I just want you to pat my shoulder, let me cry in your lap, tell me it'll be all right. Just say something, anything." But she didn't. She just gave me a sad little smile, nodded, and walked away. And then I completely shut down. A year of guilt and silence later, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed something, anything to distract myself, even if just for a little while. I remembered the card the producer gave me, and I figured, why not call him? It's not like I had much to do being alone all the time.
Wise decision. I'm gonna make you a star, way up in the sky, so bright, your dad's gonna regret not loving you enough.
Well, that's definitely a dream to live up to. He started helping me get small singing gigs at local cafes, and I loved it. The attention, the clapping, the feeling that I mattered to someone. One day, someone recorded me singing and posted it on TikTok, and it went viral. People loved my voice and kept commenting that they wanted more. So, Peter created a small YouTube channel for me and uploaded my videos there. He was so proud. It felt nice having a father figure in my life who actually cared. But when my dad found out, he completely lost it.
Oh, look at you! Enjoying your little fame with that fraud producer.
He's not a fraud. He helps me a lot. He even made me a YouTube channel, and it's growing.
Aw, and who gets paid from YouTube? Did he even give you a single cent? Or does he just toss you a few pennies you get from those miserable cafes?
I'm not doing this for money. I do it because I love singing.
Just like you loved your brother, right?
For the first time, I felt real anger toward him. Why couldn't he see any goodness in me? But before I could say anything, he pushed his chair back and walked out. Later that night, he started having chest pains. Mom and I rushed him to the hospital. The doctor said it was stress and that he needed rest. I didn't visit him much while he was there. Not after what Peter told me.
Summer vacation's coming up. I was thinking we could go on a little tour around the country. Grow your audience. See where this takes us. I believe in you, kid.
I went on that tour in a heartbeat, and I had the best time of my life. For once, I felt like a child again. No guilt, no pressure, just music and freedom. But even then, I worried about Mom. I always felt like she needed rescuing from Dad. That became my motive. Work harder, grow bigger, make more money, and buy us a house far away from him. My fame grew fast. By the time I finished high school, I was well known enough to earn a good income. One night, before leaving the house the next day for good and renting an apartment in the city, I was having my last dinner with my parents.
You know, Joy, now that you're getting into business and success, you should know it comes with stress. You might even end up in the hospital since you're so fragile. So I was thinking, I don't trust that knucklehead producer of yours. I should be your manager. I have a pretty good feeling I'll finally be proud of you, especially once we start making real money off your little talent.
I paused. The moment I thought would never come had finally arrived. Sure, my dad wasn't nice to me, but maybe this was my chance to make him proud. Maybe I could make up for everything that happened years ago. I looked at Mom for a reaction. She gave the slightest shake of her head, but I convinced myself she didn't mean anything by it. I'll think about it. That night, I told my producer I was choosing my father as my manager.
Kid, I can't force you or tell you what to do. You're grown up. If you think your dad's the right man for the job, then go ahead. And just remember, I'm still here for you.
I canceled my move to the city, and Dad became responsible for all my finances, all my schedules, and everything. Everything was fine for the first few months, but then I started noticing that my finances didn't make sense. I was earning more back when Peter managed me, and I was working twice as hard now. Still, I gave my dad the benefit of the doubt until one day I checked my bank account and it was at zero, completely empty. I freaked out and went to confront him in his office, but he wasn't there. That's when Mom walked in, pale and shaking. She turned on the TV.
William Clark, the billionaire owner of Clark Investment Companies, has been exposed as the center of a massive Ponzi scheme. Authorities estimate he conned thousands of people out of nearly $300 million. Records show the fraud began in the early 2000s, and officials confirm he fled the country this morning. The FBI is now searching for him. Back to you, James.
I stared at the screen, frozen. My dad, the man who made me feel small, unworthy, and desperate to impress him, built his entire empire by scamming people. It was my biggest regret, choosing the wrong man to trust. I ran to my mom and hugged her. He stole from me, Mom. He hurt me, and he always made me feel incomplete. All I ever wanted was for him to be proud of me. Where did I go wrong? Mom wrapped her arms around me.
You were focused on the wrong parent, honey. Every time I tried to hold you, I could feel myself breaking.
And I didn't want you to see that. I didn't want you to carry my pain on top of your own. Words were never my thing, but I always loved having you around. After Dustin, everything fell apart. You shut yourself away, and I didn't know how to reach you. But your father's gone now. Good riddance. It's just us. I've saved some money. Let's start over. I hugged her tighter. Her words came late, and in the hardest moment of my life, but somehow I felt happy. I never knew you could feel so happy and so sad at the same time. After that, everything happened in a blur. The FBI seized our mansion, our cars, and everything inside. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment and hardly left it. Then one day, someone knocked on the door. It was Peter.
Didn't I tell you? I'll always be here when you need me.
But who's gonna listen to my music after what my dad did?
Joyce, what defines Joyce is what Joyce does, not her father. It's time to rock again. Remember your YouTube channel? I've been saving everything we earned from it for something big, and today's the day.
No, I can't. I just want a quiet life with Mom. I'm sorry. Actually, I gave an interview this morning. I told everyone what your father did, including how he stole from you. People are sympathetic. I've read the comments. They love you, Joyce. They want you back. Wait, you did an actual interview? For me? Wow. Peter helped me restart my career, and people were happy to have me back. And soon enough, I was a huge success and making good money too. One day, before one of my biggest concerts, Mom told me that Dad had been arrested and was facing decades in prison. She said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to see me. I decided to see him one last time before closing his chapter for good.
I know you probably think I was stupid, Joyce.
No, you committed every sin in the book, but stupidity wasn't one of them. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. You spent your whole life putting down an innocent little girl without a shred of guilt.
Well, you weren't like Dustin. For Christ's sake, he was the only one who made me proud, and you had to take that away from me.
I guess it was for his own good. Otherwise, he would have grown up to be a miserable little fraud like his father. I finally get it. You were never capable of being proud of me. Not because of who I am, but because of who you are. A fraud, in business and as a father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a crowd of 200,000 proud people waiting for me. And with that, I spit on him and left. The moment I stepped on stage, the entire arena erupted. I looked out at all those excited faces, at Mom's proud smile, at Peter beaming at me like his daughter had made it. And then I closed my eyes, and I saw him, Dustin, with that same cute, confident little smile he always had when he believed in me more than anyone else.
I keep running, like I'm trying to outrun time. I can't stop, I can't slow down with these ghosts still in my mind. And it hits me when it's quiet, nowhere left for me to hide. So I keep on moving, just to feel alive.
But as I sang, the crowd grew louder than I'd ever heard. I opened my eyes. There was a guy being lifted by the crowd, riding toward the stage, and for a second, I stepped back in fear. But then, my heart stopped. Dustin? I signaled for my security to let him through. He climbed onto the stage, and I swear the world went silent around us. I looked at him like I had just seen a ghost. The hostess rushed forward, tears in her eyes. After your mother's interview about your missing brother, the internet made it their mission to find him. He's been missing for 10 years. We interviewed him and confirmed with your mom. He is your long-lost brother. My knees almost buckled. I couldn't breathe. But Dustin spoke first.
I was taken by some shady people. They asked Dad for ransom, but he ignored them. They took me to Mexico. We got into a car accident. I lost my memory. A kind Mexican couple adopted me. I didn't know who I was, but I always felt like someone out there loved me. I just didn't know it was you.
My heart shattered and healed all at once. I dreamt about this moment every day.
always imagining myself as the stupid, reckless sister who failed you. I never pictured meeting you like this, as a woman with a life and strength and dreams of her own. Welcome home, brother. I threw my arms around him, and he broke too. And when I looked up, the whole arena was crying with us. I turned back to the microphone, wiping my tears. Thank you, everyone. I learned something I wish someone told me sooner. You can't buy love. You can't chase approval. Not even from the people you want it from the most. The greatest person you can learn to love is yourself. And once you do that, everything else falls into place. Thank you again. And now, if you'll excuse me, my brother and I have a lot to catch up on. And with that, we walked off the stage together for the first time in years, and the first time all over again. Because sometimes the people who make you feel the smallest are just trying to make themselves feel big.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm gonna go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it gonna be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm going to sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just going to pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm going to smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place, and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day, choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head? I wasn't. He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out. What are you doing here? Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down. I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here. Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away. Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm going to tell the principal about you. The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile. Did you see that? I wasn't scared, and what you said worked. After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt. But he had a weird reaction. No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me. Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him. Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress? As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me. Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone. I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me. I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that? Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me. What happened? Was that guy bothering you? I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire. What are you, nuts? Did you want to die? Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself. Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt. Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile. I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check. This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness. What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina. What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad? Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay? Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James, too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me. Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left? No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes. What do you want to know about me, Marina? Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me? My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but... Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears, I love you, Marina. Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me. Hey, are you all right? I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James. He left, Marina, and he's never coming back. He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh, there was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me. I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and... Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way. What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron. Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him. Then why won't you say yes to me? I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here? How dare you touch her, you filthy. I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time? Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you. Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures? What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything. What? What do you mean? That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you. What? I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now. Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him? Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you. But those messages from your phone and those posts. I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures. Timmy, I can't believe you. You son of a witch. No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that. Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella, my delegation has been extended and my duties have grown. I'm far too busy now to keep up with our correspondence. I hope you understand and wish you well. Prince Henry.
I read it 3 times, as if expecting other words to magically appear the more I stared at the paper. But that was it. Just this cold, impersonal letter after all these months. I told myself that he was really busy with big, important things. It had been almost a year since he left, and people can change. It's not like he ever said he loved me or promised me anything. And of course, there was nothing left to do now but move on with dignity and grace. I found great comfort in pastries and gained a lot of weight. I considered becoming a nun, but decided against it since nuns aren't allowed to curse. I went to the village witch and said a friend was asking about ways to hex a prince. I started writing a vicious breakup letter to Henry, then realized you can't break up with someone you were never technically with, so I ate more pastries. Then I started running at dawn, lost all the weight, and used Cinderella's stupidly good skin and hair stuff so he'd choke on his regret the next time he laid eyes on me. But no matter what I did, it didn't dull the ache of missing someone who didn't miss me back anymore. It had been months since that last letter, and I had picked myself up and moved on. So I wasn't expecting my stomach to lurch when an official invitation arrived from the palace, announcing a grand ball in honor of the prince's return. Great. Other people could honor him. I wasn't going. Besides, Anastasia was terrified of dancing, and Mother wouldn't be up for it either. Over the past few months, she'd grown very weak and was always tired. I'd asked a couple of doctors to examine her, but they had no answers. Cinderella had been on top of her care, of course, always fluffing her pillows, rubbing her feet, making her special herbal teas. And the thought had crossed my mind more than once. What exactly was she putting in those concoctions? I didn't think she was beyond slowly poisoning a woman for her inheritance. I'd thrown the invitation in the trash. But sometime later, Cinderella came into the living room, clutching it to her chest.
You're invited to a royal ball. Can you believe it? Oh, I've never been to a proper ball or worn a ball gown, and I've never seen the palace. I know I'm not invited, but maybe I could go, if you could take me with you.
Yeah, no. We're not going. Royal balls are dull.
Take our invitation and go, love. I'll arrange a carriage for you. You deserve to have some fun.
Yeah, there was no cute fairy swishing a wand and going bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Just my own mother handing Cinderella one of her finest gowns, a string of expensive pearls, and some money to buy shoes. Because naturally, Cinderella's feet were impossibly tiny and delicate, and she couldn't borrow shoes from us ogres. And off went Cinderella, looking like a vision. Since she was finally out of the house for a few hours, there was no way I wasn't going to snoop through her room, which was, as I suspected, disgustingly perfect. Not a speck of dust, and everything was arranged with military precision. Psychopath. I rifled through her drawers, opened her wardrobe, peered under the bed. I didn't find some secret stash of poisons or a diary confessing to slow murder. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, and I was beginning to feel stupid. I turned to leave when suddenly, my elbow bumped into a picture frame on her vanity, knocking it to the floor. I cursed under my breath as I picked it up. Luckily, nothing was broken, and the picture had just come out. As I was placing it back in, something slipped out, a folded piece of paper tucked away carefully. And when I opened it, I recognized the handwriting instantly. I would have known it anywhere.
Dearest Drizella, I'm so sorry I haven't written in a while. A sudden, strange illness gripped me, and I was too sick to be moved or even lift my head. The royal court kept quiet to avoid panic, and it took me months to recover. Even now, the physicians say the worst is not over. I'm healthy otherwise, but my vision has been compromised permanently. They expect it will continue to worsen until I lose it entirely, perhaps within a few months or a year. Before that happens, before I lose my ability to pen down words myself, I need to tell you that I'm in love with you. I'm not the man you deserve, but if you could ever imagine a future with me, one where I will not have my sight, but you will have all my heart, I would ask you to marry me. Yours always, Just Henry.
I read it again and again and again. My knees gave out, and I sank to the floor. He had loved me. He had wanted to marry me. He had needed me when he had gotten such terrible news, and I'd never even known. I'd spent all this time thinking he'd forgotten me so easily, but it wasn't true. None of it was true. But Cinderella had known. How had she gotten this letter? Had she stolen it before it reached me? Did she intercept others too? Did Henry get mine? A broken sound escaped my throat. I wasn't crazy or paranoid. I'd been right about her all along. Suddenly, the sound of the front door opening snapped me back to reality. Cinderella had returned from the ball. I rose to my feet, pure rage surging through my veins. She'd taken everything from me, but this time, she wasn't getting away with it. I ran downstairs and found Cinderella by the fireplace, humming softly, and I lunged towards her and grabbed her hair.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
I shoved the letter in her face. Why do you have this? What did you do? What did you say to him? Her blue eyes went wide. Then slowly, she smiled. And before I could react, she grabbed the letter from me and flung it into the fire.
What letter?
I saw red as I screamed and tried to yank her hair from her skull. She managed to pull away from me, but I grabbed her dress, tearing away the silk. She shoved me, and I stumbled back as I ripped the pearls from her throat. Mother and Anastasia came running in at the noise.
What is happening?
She's attacking me! She's gone mad!
Get her out of here. I swear I will kill her if you don't. You don't know what she's done. She stole him from me.
What? Who are you talking about?
Henry, the crown prince. We were in love. He wanted to marry me. Mother and Anastasia just stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language.
She's crazy and jealous. She's always hated me.
Drizella, you've lost your mind and you're scaring us.
No, I'm not crazy. I'll prove it. I tore up the stairs, running to my room. I flung open the chest under my bed where I'd kept all our letters. They were gone. All of them. I stumbled back down the stairs, half mad with grief and rage. I charged at Cinderella again, but Mother blocked my path and shielded her.
You will not come near her again, you hear me? Enough.
I couldn't breathe. I bolted from the house and ran out into the cold. I stumbled into the barn and sank onto the dirt floor, sobbing until my whole body hurt. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually the door creaked open and Anastasia walked in softly, kneeling beside me.
If you say you talked to the prince, if you say you loved him, I believe you.
You do?
I knew you were hurting this past year. I mean, I know what eating your feelings looks like. But you just shut me out. I wish you hadn't.
I leaned into her, the way we used to when we were little girls, feeling scared of thunder, and she pulled me into a warm hug. Thank you. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Henry's letter replaying itself over and over in my mind. Tomorrow, I was going to the palace. I didn't have a plan or some speech prepared. I just knew I had to see him, and I wasn't coming back home without doing it. It was soon after dawn that I prepared my horse to leave, when a servant handed over a letter.
Important news! By decree of His Majesty, members of the royal family will be visiting each household in this town today.
What? Why would the royal family be doing that? Would Henry be among them? I didn't know what was going on, but I had to stay back for the visit. Cinderella was probably still holed up in Mother's room, which was good for her, because if I saw her face, I would tear her apart. I paced around impatiently, looking out the window for any signs of the royal delegation approaching. I thought I'd get a better view from the attic, so I ran up. And as I stood there, with my face pressed to the window, suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and Cinderella was standing in the doorway, her eyes gleaming. Before I could run towards her, she slammed the door shut, and I heard the lock click. "Let me out! You crazy witch! Let me out!" And when I saw the royal delegation arrive at our house, I felt manic. I kicked and banged and screamed until my throat was raw. But no one heard me. Why was the royal family here? What was Cinderella doing? Finally, I heard someone running up the stairs, and the door burst open.
The prince, he's here. He's here. And he just asked Cinderella to marry him.
The words punched the air out of my lungs.
You have to go. You have to stop him. Hurry.
Just as the royal delegation was preparing to leave. And there he was. Henry was standing beside Cinderella, his hand cradling hers gently as he bent to kiss her fingers. "Henry, no! You can't marry her! You don't know who she is!" Everyone froze, including him. He slowly turned to me, squinting his eyes hard, and then his face hardened to stone.
I told you she would never let me escape.
Henry, whatever she's told you, it's all lies.
Address me properly, miss. It's Crown Prince Henry.
Okay, Crown Prince Henry. You cannot marry that two-faced witch. A ripple of murmurs went through the small crowd gathering around us.
I need a moment alone with her.
He led me forcefully into the stables away from everyone and slammed the door behind us.
You are the biggest liar I've ever met. All the time you whined about your perfect stepsister replacing you when it was just a poor, abandoned girl that you and your family made your slave?
I felt like he'd slapped me in the face.
She didn't even dare tell me her name yesterday at the ball. She said she sneaked away because she wasn't allowed to exist freely, not even for a night. Then she ran away before I could even ask who she was. All I had was her slipper she left behind by accident. And then imagine looking for her and finding that you're the villain in her story.
Henry, she's a manipulative psychopath. She stole my letters. She stole yours. I didn't even know you were sick or losing your sight.
Stop lying. It was your handwriting on the letter I got, where you told me you couldn't be with me because of my illness, where you said it would be better to end things before they really even began.
I never wrote that letter. She faked it. I think she always knew about us right from the start.
Are you really so twisted that you think she plotted all this? So according to you, she intercepted our letters, forged your handwriting, and had been spying on us all along just to ruin things between us one day?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. For a second, a shadow of doubt crossed his face, and I thought he might believe me. But then his jaw tightened.
No, you didn't want me. And now you just don't want her to have me either.
My heart felt like it would explode. You met her last night. How can you marry someone you don't even know?
As if time is a guarantee of anything. I knew you for much longer, but it turns out I didn't know you at all. She knows about my ailment, and she accepted me as I am. And even though I've lost most of my sight now, when I look at her, she glows like an angel. She's kind and beautiful and good. I know she will save me, and I will save her from you.
As he started walking away, I felt something break inside me, like a monster being unleashed. Maybe it's a blessing you're going blind, Henry. I hope it happens faster for your sake. It's better if you're spared from seeing the snake you're marrying or the fool you've become. And I wouldn't have married you anyway. A blind fool is no prince, only a burden.
Mind your tongue when speaking to your prince. And if you ever cross my path again, I will have you exiled.
I walked out after him and watched from a distance as he took Cinderella's hand, lifted her into the royal carriage, and rode away, taking every dream I'd ever dared to have with him. What was it that Henry had called me? Ah, yes, the villain in Cinderella's story, in that she would save him and he would save her from me. Yes, her beauty was so bright, it even enchanted an almost blind man. It made everyone else look ugly. I calmly stepped over to the oil lamp and knocked it over. Then I stood back and watched as the flames ran up the curtains, licked up the walls, ate up her belongings, gobbled up all her lies. The whole room blazed, and it felt good. The fire spread faster than I'd expected. The house was old, and the walls were bone dry. By the time the servants managed to put it out, half the estate was gone. Mother, heartbroken and sickly, packed up what little we had left and moved in with some distant relatives. Anastasia went with her. And me? Well, I was declared unwell, hysterical, and quite dangerous. I was locked up in a sanatorium, just a fancy word for a prison with prettier walls. Anastasia tried to visit me regularly the first few years, bringing me sweet treats and books, but over time, the visits got fewer, and eventually they stopped altogether. And so, here I stayed, my name forgotten, just one half of the ugly stepsisters duo. The real question is, did Cinderella get her famous happy ending? Honestly, I don't know. The Crown Prince had a relapse of his disease a few years later, and this time, he did not survive it. I'm sure Cinderella wore black for a while and looked stunningly tragic, but I doubt she really mourned him, because I don't think she was capable of loving anything or anyone. But who knows? Maybe she lived happily ever after anyway, bedecked in jewels and finery, admired and beloved by the people, and with a whole castle to scrub to sparkling perfection. Anyway, this is how my story ends. It's so depressing, isn't it? But don't worry. This version won't stick, because no one really wants the truth. Not when the truth is ugly and the liar is beautiful.
Hey, before you click away, can we talk? Like, really talk? You just spent time with me and my story. Not 30 seconds, not a quick swipe, actual time. And that's kind of rare now, isn't it? Look, I get it. TikTok is addictive. Those quick dopamine hits, one after another. But here's the thing. Do you remember any of those videos from last week? Last month? They blur together, don't they? But a story? A real story sticks with you. It changes how you see things. Maybe after watching mine, you'll think differently about the villains in other stories. Maybe you'll question who's really telling the truth. That's what stories do. They don't just pass time. They change us. We're fighting to keep this alive. Every animation you see took weeks. Every character, every expression, every scene, crafted by humans who believe stories matter. We could pump out 3-minute clips with AI voices reading Reddit posts. We could chase trends. We'd probably get more views. But we don't, because you deserve better. Here's the truth. Platforms push short-form content because it keeps you scrolling longer. But we're not trying to steal your time. We're trying to earn it, to give you something worth those minutes. So if this story made you feel something, anything, then please share it. Not for the algorithm, not for us, but for everyone who's hungry for real stories and doesn't even know it yet. Send it to that friend who says, I wish movies were like they used to be. Drop it in the group chat where people actually discuss things. Because every share is a vote that says, yes, storytelling matters. Yes, we still want narratives that challenge us, surprise us, make us think. The art of storytelling survived thousands of years, from cave paintings to campfires to Shakespeare to cinema. Don't let it die on our watch, not for a 5-second dance trend. Help us prove that in a world of infinite scroll, some things are still worth stopping for. Share this story. Save storytelling. It sounds dramatic, because it is.
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead.
Yep. That's me, crazy old Cameron. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me?
Okay, team, let's go.
This is Lana. This is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava. And that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea.
Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then.
My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny.
Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week. So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in. Hi, everyone. So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable, and I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. You can go back to whiny singing now. You're not gonna post that, are you? Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left. I wanted to scream in her face, but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult, so I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral. What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors. What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in. Ah! Bailey? What are you doing here? Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons. So Tucker called me in. Why? What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt face? Talented in making my life miserable. Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it. As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker, and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot. What are you doing? Improvising? No, you're messing up my solo. And what are you gonna do about it? Bailey just left, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana?
Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do, but Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no, but Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band, and Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time, and I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big.
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No! I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with rage, I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey? Yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey Mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally! I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, the angrier I got, and pretty soon, I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions? The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid, or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable, until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when? And why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder.
just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby. I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. Show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will.
My mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back. Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous. Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk. Same. You know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind. Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house.
Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd?
Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants.
Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move.
There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning.
Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us.
I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student.
She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting?
Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying.
Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin.
I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much.
It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda.
Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family.
Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad.
Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework.
That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guests?
You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it.
Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside.
What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket?
I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes.
Because there's something about that girl I just don't like.
You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey, girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah, I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life? You don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about?
Hadn't they gone to the passport office together?
I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or...
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now.
Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of conmen that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage.
He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us.
You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift. I was about to shoot my target when suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and snatched the apple away. It was the most popular guy in school, Travis, and lately he'd been flirting with me every chance he got.
Let's play a game. If you miss the target, I'll have to kiss you. But if you hit it, then you'll have to kiss me. What do you say?
Sure, why not? Everyone knew how good I was in archery, and as expected, it was a bullseye.
Deal's a deal, cream puff.
As he closed his eyes for the kiss, I called for the school cat Loki and whispered something to it. You can open your eyes now. Loki scratched his face like a wild animal as I walked away, in total satisfaction. Hi, my name is Bianca, and I'm incapable of falling in love. Well, that's what I thought. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom owned a huge chain of hotels, and I was the sole heiress to the business empire. Our family name was well known already, but I'd really made us famous.
Teen heiress seen kissing alleged gangster? Spoiled princess seen at archaeological site closed off for public? Princess Bianca announces to pay any amount to straighten the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Oh, each headline is worse than the one before.
Alleged gangster, Mom. We broke up, and you know my keen interest in history. I had to see that site. And come on, am I the only one annoyed by that Leaning Tower?
When will you ever get serious, Bianca? I have a private jet to catch, but we're not done with this conversation.
Yes, go to your meeting, Mom. You didn't even remember to wish me a happy birthday, but I was still celebrating in style. I was having a huge birthday party at the newest club in town, but my night was ruined when I saw an uninvited guest, Travis, and he was approaching me and my BFF Carmen as if he was God's gift to women, despite that scary face.
Hey, sugar lips, wanna dance?
Aren't you supposed to hate me for making you look like Frankenstein?
What's love without a little pain? And I adore your feistiness.
He was all over me the whole night. Eventually, I had to make Carmen distract him and try to escape, but he noticed and followed me like a madman.
I'm not done with you, my love.
I turned around a corner and opened a VIP door at the end of the hallway. There were some men in suits playing poker, and they all turned to me like I was an alien. Oopsie, wrong room. Thought it was the toilet. But may I say, sir, your jacket is really cool. Very vintage 90s. Michael Jackson kind of vibe. Okay, I won't bother you guys. May the best man win. Bye. Travis was nowhere to be seen, so I took the chance to finally leave the club. But of course, I couldn't avoid him at school, and he was being such a nuisance that eventually I got a restraining order against him. My life was finally peaceful till a few days later when Carmen told me that her cousin from the village would be joining our school.
Since when do you have a cousin?
Ever since he was born. You never told me about him. I love to collect snake skins and samurai swords in my basement. I didn't tell you about those either. What? Friends should share everything. I think some secrets are good. Oh my god, my cousin's here. I turned to this guy who was walking towards us like he was the king of the underworld. Judging by his walk, he knew he was a fine specimen of the male species. But suddenly, he tripped over nothing and fell into the fountain nearby. And then he immediately got up like nothing happened. I felt like I was watching a comic cartoon strip. Are you sure he's not some hot model you paid to act as your clumsy cousin? Nice way to say that he's hot and adorable. He then spun her around like she was a cotton ball.
Carmen, my favorite girl. I missed you so much.
The guy turned to me and I was stunned. He was even more handsome up close and also really familiar.
You must be Bianca, Carmen's best friend. I'm Slater. Nice to finally meet you.
Did you just curtsy? And have we met before?
No. Is this how city people greet each other?
Excuse us a moment. Carmen pulled me out of Slater's earshot. What you doing? Talking to my best friend's cousin? Why does that require you to bring your face so close to his? I just thought he looked really familiar. What's your problem? I just think you're finding an excuse to flirt with him. Now listen up, Bianca. You're never serious about any boy, and you just play with their feelings and dump them. And you're not allowed to do that to my cousin. He's not even my type. Relax. Just don't get involved with him that way, or it's friendship over. Understood? Loud and clear, ma'am. Since then, the three of us started hanging out together, and I was having a hard time believing someone like Slater existed. Sheer perfection on the outside, but with the poorest balance a human could possibly have. He tripped, slipped, and stumbled everywhere. He even got a black eye while tying his shoelaces. But one night, while I was admiring one of the paintings at home, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered where I'd seen Slater before. You gotta trust me, Carmen. Your cousin's up to something shady. Mom and I attended this art exhibition downtown last month, and Slater was there. He was one of the artists. We even bought a painting from him. Only his hair and eye color was different, but it was him, and he wasn't clumsy. He must have been a look-alike. Slater has lived in the village his entire life and just got here last week, and he can't even draw a circle, trust me. I even showed Slater's picture to Mom, and she said it's him too. Now she's contacted the artist to buy more of his work, and he's coming soon, and I'll finally know the truth. You just need to give yourself something to be excited about. Do what you want, but you're wrong. A couple of days later, the artist called Mom to say that he had to go out of town and he'd come to meet her next month. How convenient. I decided not to say anything to Slater and try to get to the bottom of his secret identity. He was always hovering around me and Carmen like an annoying fly. He was sure to slip up at some point. I'd be watching him. But one day, I was spying on him at the gym, and after seeing him miss the 100th basket, I got really bored. I decided to skip the rest of school that day to get a manicure. As I was walking to my car, a van suddenly stopped next to me. "Good day, child. Would you please buy some apples from me? I run an orphanage, and I'd like to get some toys for the children." "Sure thing. Just give me a basket and I'll give you $100,000. I was about to take the basket from her when Slater suddenly popped out of nowhere and crashed into me.
"Hey, you. Who do you work for? Show me your ID."
The poor lady looked terrified and just drove away. What the heck was that?
Didn't your parents ever tell you not to take candy from strangers? What if she was trying to poison you?
Dude, those are apples, not candy. And who am I? Snow White? And that cute granny is trying to poison me because I'm the fairest girl in all the land.
This isn't funny. You don't know how dangerous some situations can be.
Oh, please. I swam with sharks last year and jumped off a hot air balloon when it malfunctioned. I laugh in the face of danger. And that lady just wasn't dangerous. I know you're from the village and probably think everyone in the city's evil, but please stop being a weirdo. But Slater just got weirder. Like another time, the three of us were at a restaurant, and as soon as the waiter served our order, he started sniffing mine. If you wanted me to completely lose my appetite, you succeeded. What's wrong with you? He also started sniffing his food and Carmen's.
That's how we do it in the village. The first whiff of food tells you everything you need to know.
About what exactly?
About how organically the food was grown, if the farmer sang to his crops and cows.
I ordered a giant brownie sundae with whipped cream and sprinkles. Are you insane? Just give me that. Just then, there was a loud crashing sound next to us, and Slater jumped towards me and brought me down to the floor, covering me like a human shield. He was looking down at me, and I was a little breathless. And then, I saw everyone else staring at us like we were mental. Apparently, a waiter had just dropped a tray full of glasses.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was a gunshot and maybe some robbers had come in. I just acted on instinct.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you thought it was a dangerous situation and your first instinct was to save Bianca? Hello, what about me? Your own flesh and blood? Slater muttered some apologies while Carmen kept scolding him, even if he was crazy. It was really sweet how he tried to protect me. One weekend, Carmen told me that the cheer captain was throwing a party, just for the cheerleaders and all the boys. I felt curious to see how Slater would act at parties with other girls, so I dashed over to the venue and spied from the bushes. But I couldn't spot him anywhere. I knew how girls looked at him. He was probably surrounded by the cheerleaders. Well, what did I care? I took this opportunity to practice my amazing singing. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. Suddenly, I heard a sound right behind me. Slater, what are you doing here?
Same question for you.
I came here to sing flowers, 'cause there are flowers here, duh. What about you?
It's too loud inside, and everyone was acting wild. It was scaring me.
Just then, a huge bug came flying at our faces, and Slater tried to smack it away, but he ended up slapping me instead.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My hand is so stupid. Bad hand.
Gosh, Slater, why are you so freaking clumsy?
I don't know, just born that way, but I get even clumsier around you, because attractive girls make me nervous, and you're the most beautiful I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Bianca.
It suddenly hit me. He was attracted to me, and that could make things complicated. I had to avoid him from now on before Carmen could misinterpret things and unfriend me. But the very next day, I caught him in the janitor's closet with his butt stuck in a mop bucket. Jesus, what have you done this time?
Can you just help me, please? I think I got a cramp.
As I pulled him up, our lips accidentally touched, and my tummy fluttered. Just then, someone gasped from the door. Carmen! Girl, it's not what you think. I followed her to an empty classroom and tried to explain. I swear, there's nothing romantic going on between us. He's too dumb and clumsy for me, and I'm certain he's a liar. Excuse me? That's my cousin you're insulting. And you
say these things, but I feel like you're attracted to him. Just don't get attached to him, okay? He's not right for you.
Of course, duh. I already knew that, but I was a bit bothered by what Carmen said. Why did she think he wasn't right for me? A few days later, I was practicing archery alone when suddenly an arrow came flying from somewhere and almost hit me. I turned around and saw someone behind a tree. I dashed over and found Slater. What are you doing here? Trying to kill me now?
No, what? What just happened?
You happened, Slater. You nearly sent an arrow straight into me. You're a hazard to society.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my arrow came your way. I mean, I didn't even know anyone was here. I would never hurt you, I swear. But let me make it up to you with an ice cream shake. Come on, let's go.
I wasn't finding his act convincing. Why was he always around me? He was beginning to seem as obsessed with me as Travis. And what if he tried to hurt me on purpose with the arrow?
By the way, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. Just you and me, alone.
Okay, sure. But we're alone right now. You can't tell me over ice cream shakes?
What ice cream shakes? Oh, yeah, that. No, tonight's better. I'll send you the pin location. Driver, I'll get off here. Thanks. See you later, Bianca.
And then he just jumped out of the car and walked away. This dude was so weird, but I was really curious about what he had to say. Later that night, I was surprised to learn where he was taking me. The rooftop of an old building. There was no elevator, so we had to climb 8 flights of stairs, and he was holding on to my shirt like a kid. Wait, what if he tried to push me down? Can you move away? I need some personal space.
But what if I trip and fall down the stairs? You know how clumsy I get.
Why would you invite me to a rooftop then, idiot?
You'll see.
When we finally reached the top, I was surprised to see a candlelit dinner. What's all this?
Obviously a date. Were you expecting a crime scene?
Didn't your cousin warn you about me?
She did, but I just don't see why she's so against the idea of you being my girlfriend. You're beautiful and amazing.
She was trying to protect you because I have a history of not being good with relationships.
May I know why?
And before I knew it, I just found myself opening up. Growing up, I saw how my dad broke my mom's heart and left her for another woman. Since then, mom's not even the same person. She just buries herself in work. And dad kind of broke my heart too. Leaving like that? I'm just afraid to let anyone come close.
I know that you don't trust me, but I hope that someday you will, and I'll get to know you better. I feel like you're someone worth knowing.
He looked at me earnestly and then started leaning in. I found myself closing my eyes, and when his lips touched mine, I felt something electric. Wait, that was a mistake, Slater. I care a lot about my friendship with Carmen. I can't.
Okay, I understand.
But later that night, all I could think about was Slater and that kiss. Maybe I could talk to Carmen and she'd come around, but I still couldn't shake off the idea that Slater was lying about himself. As luck would have it, Mom told me the next day that the artist was back in town and he was displaying his work at a gallery that night. Well, Slater wasn't going to be the only one in disguise. I went dressed up as someone completely different, and I was thrilled to see him. He might have a different style, but I was certain it was Slater. And as I was walking past him, I accidentally tripped and fell forward, scraping his arm with my pen. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with the walking. Clumsy, like you people say. Oh, it bleeds.
It's fine, miss. I'm okay. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom.
And the next day at school, Slater was wearing a full-sleeved shirt, just like I'd expected. So I spilled my juice all over him. Oh my God, you're wet. You'll have to change your shirt.
It's fine. It'll dry up.
No, you'll get sick.
I won't. I'm as strong as a cow.
I tried a few more tricks, but he was able to avoid all of them. I guess I just had to do it by force. After our classes, I followed him outside school, and just as I was ready to jump on him from behind, he turned around and pinned me to the wall.
Bianca, why were you trying to attack me?
How did you know, Spider-Man? And all I wanted to do was this. I pulled up his sleeve, and sure enough, he had a long cut on his arm. Ha! So you're really that artist. I've exposed you, you big fat... Suddenly, there was a growl behind me. I turned to see 2 guys holding 2 rabid dogs and pointing at us.
Bianca, just run.
Slater grabbed my hand and we ran like crazy from the dogs. After sprinting down several blocks, he pulled me into an old building and we ran up the stairs. We climbed all the way to the rooftop and we could hear those guys behind us.
Okay, there's no other choice. We gotta jump.
Excuse me? I must have heard you wrong. And what is going on?
Questions later. And what's the matter? I thought you laughed in the face of danger. Haha.
Now is not the time to be sarcastic.
Just hold on to me and you'll be fine. Do you trust me?
Of course I don't trust you. You're the clumsiest idiot I've ever met.
Listen, Bianca, I'm not who you really think I am. I just need you to trust me right now, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. I promise.
My instincts told me to trust him, and I did. And what happened next was the most thrilling thing ever. We went flying through the air and landed straight in a garbage dump. Ew, fish heads.
Come on, this isn't over yet.
I needed answers about why I was currently running a marathon with my BFF's mystery cousin around the city. Slater, why are these people after us?
Listen, something happened.
He didn't get to finish because the gangsters finally cornered us. Slater pushed me inside one of the diners as he started fighting them expertly. What were these kung fu ninja moves? He was so hot. Just then, one of the guys came up behind him with a metal chair. I looked around for anything I could throw at that scumbag before he could hurt Slater. Bullseye.
That's my girl.
Just then, a bunch of policemen arrived and surrounded the men, and Slater pulled out a badge.
You're under arrest.
What? He was a detective? As those jerks were being taken away, Slater finally told me everything, starting with how I unknowingly got involved with an international mafia gang.
You walked in on them one night at the dance club and saw something you weren't supposed to see. You've been in danger since then.
Oh, those guys. But I swear I didn't even see anything.
They couldn't be sure of that, so you've been their target since. I was already in town looking for this gang and posing as an undercover artist, but when we found out that they were looking for you, I joined your school to be closer. We also thought we could catch them using you.
You mean using me as bait?
I didn't mean use you like that. We just knew they'd come after you.
So that date on the rooftop, was that also a ploy to get the gang members there?
Well, yeah, we had police hidden all over that building, but I think the gang realized it was a trap.
Everything made sense now. He was just pretending to be interested all along so he could be around me for my protection and to catch the bad guys. I was just a mission for him. You saved my life. Thank you.
I just did my job. I'm glad you're safe now. I gotta report to headquarters soon, so...
Yeah, great job. Goodbye then. As I walked away, I suddenly felt sad and empty, and the next day at school, Slater was gone. I demanded more answers from Carmen. Slater really is my cousin. He became a detective at a young age, and he doesn't tell us much about his job. But after that restaurant incident where he was clearly protecting you, I asked him what was going on, and he said it was something related to you, but it was confidential. So that's why you didn't want us to get closer. Yes, because he was just here for his job, and he doesn't form attachments. I didn't want you to get hurt. I'm sorry. What for? I can see it in your eyes, Bianca. You're in love with him, but I don't think he can make you happy. Oh, please. I've told you. I'll never fall in love with anyone. If you say so. Over the next few days, I tried my best to get back to normal, but I couldn't get Slater out of my mind. Even Mom noticed something was up with me.
Haven't seen any crazy headlines lately. No new adventures?
Yeah, it's been kinda quiet, but I did make one stupid mistake, falling in love. Mom sat down beside me and then pulled me into an awkward hug.
Sweetie, I know you've been affected by what your dad did, but don't close your heart off. Falling in love isn't stupid, and you'll find the right guy one day, and it'll be amazing. Trust me.
Mom decided to take some time off work and we planned a vacation together, but just as I was leaving for the airport, I heard a loud crash from the main hall and saw Slater had pinned Travis to the ground. Slater? Travis? What are you both doing here?
Bianca, my cream puff. I couldn't go on any longer without seeing you. I can't live like this. You really need to tighten security around here. Found him crawling through the dog door.
As Slater handed over a screaming Travis to the guards, he turned to me. Why are you here, Slater?
Same reason as Travis, actually. I really missed you. Wait, where are you going?
Sorry, can't disclose the location. It's top secret, so whatever you want, make it fast.
I got another mission.
Okay, so what is it?
I need you to fall in love with me and be my girl.
Oh, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a very hard mission.
I'm not afraid of challenging assignments.
He pulled me in for a kiss and then hit his forehead against mine. So you're naturally clumsy.
Only when I'm in love.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra. And ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra. Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay, then. Your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car.
I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded.
Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him
everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom.
Fine.
Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here?
Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake, and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son, and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me. Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while. Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it. I'll just wear it later. What are you saying? Come here. Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed, I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left.
Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger?
Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age.
You're thinking too much. Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well.
Oh, I want to pluck out my ears. They cry so much.
I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys.
Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that?
Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk?
Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right?
And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing?
I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look.
Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep.
I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee?
Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight.
Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating.
I've always wanted to make movies, and I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins.
Okay, I believe you.
Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail.
Really? That was on your mind?
Well, that and something else.
With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along. But the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing.
Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet?
Actually, yeah. He has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one.
Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe.
Come on, Blake, that's not very nice.
What? I'm kidding.
I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes.
Eli.
Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles.
What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something.
Would you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring.
So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you.
And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but
what? Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring. If someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister.
I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem.
I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking. Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that? I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli. You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it. I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys. Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one. But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli? Who's Eli? Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years from my own life? Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear? Mom left, and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things, or are you ignoring me?
Neither. I'm just busy.
So, I told my mom I want to make movies, and she went bonkers, but
look, Carly, you and your family have issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say.
But you told me to live my life. You said...
Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore.
Eli, wait.
Tell your sister she won.
I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always. And you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kind of bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids. Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake... No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now, I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug. Hi, I'm Nora, and most of the time, I'm pretty sweet. But when I fall in love, I turn into a jealous psycho. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I blame my mom entirely for it. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. But over time, Dad kept getting promoted at work and got busier, while Mom felt neglected and became really insecure. I mean, she became a nutcase. Like once in the supermarket, when Dad held the door open for the woman behind us, Mom accused him of flirting with her and even flung a melon at the woman's head. Or that time at my 6th birthday party when Dad gave a female clown a slice of cake, Mom marched over furiously, smushed the cake with her fist, and then gave the clown a wedgie. I don't condone violence, but that was hilarious. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom was convinced that Dad was having an affair with his pretty new secretary. So one day, she took me and my older sister Sophie to his office.
Please don't steal our daddy, lady. Don't take him away from us. Who will feed us and buy us clothes? Do you want us to be orphans? It's a very bad thing to be wait, I forgot. I wrote it on my arm. Oh yeah, a homewrecker. Homewreckers are bad, and you'll end up in jail, bad lady.
Wait a second. Are those my jeans you're wearing? I want my jeans and my husband back, witch.
Are you insane? As if my size 0 jeans would even fit your size 8 butt.
Mom snarled and leapt at the secretary, who dodged her and went screaming down the hallway. She burst into the conference room with Mom on her tail, and the two ended up crashing onto the large conference table where Dad was having a meeting with the company's top executives. What on earth? You cheated on me and gave this bimbo my favorite jeans. Mom threw a stapler at Dad, which missed him and hit his boss instead. Needless to say, he was fired. And that was the day he left us for good. Sophie and I were devastated. Wipe your tears, girls. He wouldn't have left if he wasn't cheating on me. Take it from me. All men are garbage, and we're better off without them. Well, that didn't stop me from having my first crush in the 7th grade. His name was Adam, and he was our neighbor. One day, Sophie caught me staring at him from my window.
Adam and Nora sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Shut up, Sophie. I don't even like that boy.
Yes, you do. You want to brush his hair and hold his hand and have his babies. I read it in your diary, see?
I snatched my diary out of Sophie's hand and pushed her out of my room. She was so annoying. A couple of weeks later, a super pretty girl named Becca joined my class, and we quickly became friends. Once, when we were hanging out at my place, Adam showed up at my door. Hi. I brought you some cookies I baked myself. You free to hang out?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't I be free? Wait, I have another guest over, but yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Come in. You smell so good. I mean, the cookies smell so good.
I wanted Adam to have a good time, so I logged on to Ask Brain 2 and asked about fun game ideas. The three of us played Truth or Dare, charades, and hide and seek. A couple of times, I caught Adam smiling at me, and when he brushed cookie crumbs from my cheek,
My heart skipped several beats. The next day at school, I was at my locker and I saw Adam staring at me from across the hall. Suddenly, he winked at me and blew me a kiss. The butterflies in my stomach went into a frenzy. I raced down the hall ready to jump into Adam's arms, but I slipped on a banana peel and fell face first right at Adam's feet. I thought he'd sweep me up, but instead he stepped over me, hugged Becca, and gave her the most romantic kiss I'd ever seen. I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. That night, Mom and Sophie caught me crying in my room.
Boys are like that, sweetie. They'll lead you on, make you think they love you, then tear your heart out, just like your father.
Not only was my heart broken, now I was totally paranoid when a boy even came close to me. Hey, Nora, you want to go to the movies? I'd rather eat a bag of worms.
Would you be my Valentine?
Stay away from me, or I'll dunk your head in a toilet.
Nora, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Liar! After a while, I got a reputation for being a little cuckoo, and most of the kids in school started avoiding me, but I didn't care. Sophie was totally different, though. She'd flirt with every boy that passed her in the hall and date a new jerk every 2 weeks. Of course, they all broke her heart, and I felt so sorry for Sophie that I decided to help her. You gotta remember my rule, Soph. Don't let their good looks fool you. Don't trust anything they say. Don't let them melt you with their kisses, and don't ever fall in love. Sophie listened attentively and took notes, but a week later, I caught her kissing a boy named Clive in her room. You're breaking all the rules. Your rules are dumb. All boys aren't bad.
That's right, girl. Boys are cool, and that's why they rule. Ha ha!
Shut your stupid mouth. No one's talking to you. Where'd you pick him up from? The dumpster? That's your problem. You're so judgmental and won't give any boy a chance. I thought you were smarter than this, Sophie. Maybe hanging out with stupid boys has made you stupid too. Sophie kicked me out of her room, and we didn't speak much after that. Soon, I was off to university, and there were boys everywhere. I just kept my head in my books and rejected any boy who even tried to make a move. But you know, a girl starts to get lonely. So, when a girl in my class asked me out one day, I impulsively said yes. Just because I'd renounced all men didn't mean I couldn't find love. And how bad could it be, right? At first, not so bad. In fact, pretty great. She loved to cook, she braided my hair, she gave me the best pedicures, and we were the same shoe size. But then, she started acting like I'd adopted her. She would never leave my dorm, and I hated it when she used my towel and my hairbrush. She was clingy and needy, and constantly needed validation that she was the most important person in my life. So, if your mother and I were hanging off a cliff, holding on for dear life, and you could only save one person, who would it be? My mother, obviously. Seriously, I've known you for a month. Mom carried me in her womb for 8 more months than that. I thought it was a reasonable answer, but she totally lost it. She broke half the things in my room and threw the other half out the window before she stormed off. Then she started stalking me everywhere I went. I tried talking to my other friends about how unsafe I felt, but they all laughed it off. Yeah, if you're dating a guy and complain about him, everyone shows you sympathy, but no one comforts you if it's a girl. Oh, come on, she's barely 5 feet and she looks totally harmless. What could she possibly do to you? Only after she tried kidnapping me did anyone take things seriously. She was expelled from the university and I got a restraining order. And after that, I swore off girls too. Then in my junior year, Sophie showed up at my dorm one day with the worst news. Clive proposed to me. You're kidding. Man, that loser is so out of your league. Don't worry, sis. I know how to handle this. Just send Clive a breakup text. Tell him he stinks, he makes you want to puke, and you never want to see him again. No, I love Clive. I said yes, and our wedding is in 4 weeks. I just came to ask you if you'd be my maid of honor. I couldn't believe this. I thought Clive was just a phase. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, "Don't do this! You'll ruin your life!" But instead, I caved in and said yes. I mean, was I allowed to say no? When I got back home for Sophie's wedding, I tried to keep an open mind about Clive. But Clive was horrible. He had no sense of humor, he was boring, and he totally ignored Sophie to spend all his time with his friends or fixing his dumb car. So when it was time to make my maid of honor speech, well, things got out of hand. Here's to Sophie and Clive. Clive is dumber than an ant, he smells like a rotten egg, and his face reminds me of a horse's butt. What are you doing? Sophie, I don't know how you can stand him. Are you marrying him for his money? Oops, I forgot he's broke. Look, we both know this marriage isn't gonna last, so why don't we cut to the chase now, and I can get you out of that tacky wedding dress Clive bought you from the dollar store. Sophie got so mad that she threw the wedding cake at me. Clive's mom cried, and the rest of the bridal party chased me out of the building. The next day, I was packing my bags to leave when Sophie came to my room. I thought she'd punch my face, but instead, she took my hand. Listen, Nora, I'm not like you, okay? I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, and I don't hate men. I chose Clive, and if you want me in your life, you'll have to respect that. Okay, but you're making a huge mistake. You're the one making the mistake. Love is real, and one day, I hope you'll understand. I was only trying to do the right thing, but clearly Sophie was too blind to appreciate it. But when I got back to my university, my life turned upside down. My friends and I went to a restaurant to celebrate my birthday, but when we got there, the waiter told us our table was booked. 3 dumb guys were sitting there laughing and joking. But I booked this table a week ago.
My apologies, ma'am. It was our mistake. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?
Just as I was about to snap at the waiter, one of the guys from the table walked up to us. His name was Chris. He had movie star hair, a $1 million smile, and a perfect body.
Why don't you girls join us? There's plenty of room, and we won't bother you.
That's a horrible idea. Don't mind Nora. She's just kidding. The next thing I knew, we were sitting at their table, and Chris talked to me all night. To my surprise, he wasn't the absolute worst. He worked in a private security firm as a bodyguard, and all his crazy stories made me laugh. At the end of the evening, he even asked me for my number. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon and the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit.
Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules, and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris. I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I am done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie, but soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about. I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude.
You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you too. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have.
I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry.
You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool.
I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything, but I do want to give us a second chance.
And this time, I was throwing away all my stupid rules and following my heart. My best friend Amy and I were staring at my laptop in shock. If you don't do something, your channel will die faster than the plant I got yesterday. I've already tried everything. Last week, I reviewed those awful diet cookies that tasted like feet, and the week before, you made me endorse that dumb purple lipstick that everyone hated. Don't blame the lipstick. It's not my fault that your followers have no fashion sense. That's not the point. I'm gonna be kicked out of the squad house if I don't think of something soon. Hi, I'm Lola, a 17-year-old YouTube star. And at this point in my life, I was hoping to keep my spot in the Squad House, a place where world-famous influencers come together to make videos for money. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Staying in the Squad House was a big deal for me because, unlike most influencers here, I didn't come from a rich family. My dad was a farmer, and even though he worked hard, we were barely scraping by. Things got worse when Dad fell sick and couldn't work for months. Mom tried helping, but she was just bad at everything. So I decided to work as a part-time waitress. Then one day at work, a colleague of mine introduced me to vlogging, and I was hooked. I spent hours watching people on YouTube live their best lives. And when I found out the kind of money they made, I had to give it a shot. So I saved up, bought a secondhand camera, and started recording. Hola, I'm Lola. And I'm going to take you through a typical day at the farm. So I start by feeding the pigs, and then I feed the chickens, collect the eggs, and try not to break them. Follow me for more such content. I posted a bunch of videos, but I didn't get a lot of followers. Until one day, I was recording a live video of the farm when I accidentally slipped and fell into a pig pen. I got out, but then tripped and fell into a haystack, making a complete fool of myself. Everything was streamed online, and I was super embarrassed. But to my surprise, people loved it. I didn't think much of it until a few days later when I was shooting a video, this chicken flew into my face, and I fell into a tray of eggs. And that clip went viral too. People loved watching me do stupid things around the farm. So that's what I gave them. I made videos on being chased around by goats, almost getting kicked by a cow while milking her, cleaning horse poop, and then slipping right into it.
and I got really famous. Soon I was doing advertisements and brand endorsements, making enough money to support my family. 6 months later, I moved into the squad house where I met my best friend Amy. We were roommates, and even though her dad was rich, she was pretty grounded. She also gave me advice on how I could make my vlogs better. It's time you move on from being the goofy pigpen girl and focus on something bigger, like fashion and lifestyle. You're in the big leagues now. You gotta step up your game. Amy was a very famous vlogger, so I took her advice. I bought designer clothes, started doing a bunch of makeup tutorials, and completely transformed my channel. Life was great until a few weeks later when I joined my new school, and everything changed. It was my first day when I was rushing to class like a headless chicken and crashed right into this tall guy. And boy, was he cute.
Is it fate or just your good luck that you ran into me today?
I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking.
Don't be sorry. It's not every day that you fall into Brett's arms. Hey, you're the girl who made videos about chickens and pigs, right? I love your stuff.
Huh?
But I think it's missing something.
Like what?
Me, of course. You and I should hang out. I'm sure your followers would love to see a handsome new stranger on your channel. Think about it.
Brett gave me his number, winked, and left. And I couldn't stop smiling. Later, I found out that he was a year senior and one of the most popular guys in school. That evening, when I got home, I called him and he invited me to a party. I was just getting ready when Amy walked in. Where are you off to, looking like that? To a party with Brett? Brett? Like Brett from school? Why him? Because he asked me and because he's cute. Is he cute, or was he just flexing his muscles? Is he cute, or did he tell you that you have really pretty eyes? Is he cute, or is he just the guy whose arms you happen to fall into? All of the above? What's your point? Brett's a total jerk. Just last week, he was dating the head cheerleader, and the week before that, he was dating a chick from my drama class. He's a player, Lola. Relax, it's just a party. It's not like anything will happen. Obviously, things didn't go as planned, and a week later, Brett and I were dating. His dad was really rich, so he was always getting invited to award shows and exclusive events, and I was his +1. For the next few weeks, my life was a dream. My followers loved watching my life with Brett, and when we did our first commercial together, people were calling us couple goals. But soon after, Brett started showing his true colors.
Are you seriously gonna eat that burger? Shouldn't you order a salad or something?
But I'm hungry. I've been shooting all day.
I'm saying it for your own good, babe. No one would want to see you if you get chubbier. And trust me, you're well on your way.
He even started taking over my vlogs. No one was interested in my life anymore. All everyone wanted to know was what Brett ate, how he did his hair, how he clipped his nails. So, my mom used to make this mud mask for me back home. I'm going to take 1 scoop of this and apply it in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah. Everyone knows how to apply face cream. Why don't we just show them something they actually want? More Brett. Here's a shot of my perfect abs. And look at my forearms. You like it, don't you? Let's try another angle. What about this?
And he just kept getting more obnoxious. He started a fitness channel of his own, got really popular, and moved to the squad house too. At first, I thought it was great because now Brett and I could shoot more videos, but then he stopped showing up for shoots. I confronted him, and he had the most bizarre thing to say.
I need a bigger cut or I can't film with you.
But I'm the one getting us the deals. We should get paid equally.
In that case, count me out.
I've already taken an advance, Brett. You can't leave me hanging like that.
Then just pay me more. I'm the bigger celebrity now. I will get views. While all you do is paint your face with makeup.
Ugh! I'm the one who made you famous, Brett. Without me, no one would even know you exist. You know what? You and your channel can both eat bugs. We're done.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't want to see your stupid face anymore.
You can't leave. I'm Brett. No one leaves Brett.
Watch me. And with that, I turned around and left. Brett kept calling me all night, but I simply blocked him and went to bed. And the next morning, I woke up to Amy screaming in my face. Apparently, Brett had announced our breakup publicly, making him sound like some heartbroken martyr. And my followers were going down. And even worse, I was getting calls from my sponsors saying they were pulling out their campaigns if Brett was no longer filming with me. I tried calling Brett, but he had left for a month for some fitness boot camp, and I couldn't reach him. I always knew that boy's trouble, but you were so happy with him, I didn't say anything. You literally called him buttface and threw bread at his head at dinner yesterday. I didn't throw it at him. His big head got in the way. I don't care, Amy. Those deals were my content for the next 2 months. What am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should apologize to Brett. You don't need Brett. Remember how much your followers loved you when you first started dating Brett? All you need to do is find a new guy. Are you serious? Yes, and the timing is perfect. Colin Angel, the top YouTuber in the world, is coming to the squad house next week. Just work your Lola charm, and I'm sure he'll melt like ice cream on a hot day. You think it'll work? We have to try. Trust me, Brett will be old news soon once you're dating a hot new guy. Maybe Amy was right, and it was worth a shot, but Colin was a celebrity, and I had to make a good first impression. So I stalked his social media, learned everything about him, and when he came to the squad house, I felt prepared. Colin, hey! What's up, yo?
Do I know you?
You tell me. Do I know me? I mean, you do know you. I have a weird sense of humor. Sorry. I'm Lola, by the way, short for Lorraine. But don't call me Lorraine. It makes me sound like a 90-year-old granny. It's such a stupid name. What I'm trying to say is...
I'll call you Lola. Cool?
That's perfection. I mean, yeah, whatever. Do you want some fruit punch?
Sorry, I'm allergic to all fruits.
And with that, he left. Okay, that hadn't worked. So next, I went through his post to find his favorite bakery and ordered the most expensive cupcakes for him. He was sitting alone at breakfast when I pulled a chair up next to him. Is the seat taken?
Do you see anyone sitting there?
Oh my God, you're so funny. Anyway, I got these cupcakes from your favorite bakery as my way of welcoming you to Squad House. Colin stared at the cupcakes and turned green.
Take those away from me. I hate this bakery, Lola. It gave me the most horrible food poisoning of my life.
But the internet says...
Don't you know not to believe everything the internet says? Oh God, I'm having flashbacks.
And Colin covered his mouth and ran. For the next few days, I tried everything to get Colin's attention. I left cute notes for him in his room, sent him flowers, chocolates, but nothing worked. I'd almost given up when one evening I was walking past the common room and I heard someone singing. It was Colin. He spotted me in the doorway and stopped. Sorry, did I break your flow?
It's cool, I was leaving anyway.
Wait, I was thinking maybe we could...
Look, Lola, I'm not dumb. I know you've been flirting with me and you're very cute, so I'm flattered. But I've been avoiding it because I know you've just broken up with your boyfriend, and I can't be someone's rebound.
But you're not a rebound. I really want to get to know you. And honestly, Brett was a big mistake. I was losing myself in that relationship, and I'm so much happier now.
I know how that feels. And I'm glad you're out of it then.
Now will you sing for me? Pretty please. Colin smiled and sang some of his favorite songs for me. We laughed and chatted till it was past midnight, and he asked me out for a dinner date the next day. I thought Colin would take me to a fancy place, but instead, he took me to this broken taco truck that belonged to his dad.
This food truck was all we had, until I shot to fame and changed my family's lives.
Wow, I support my family too. It's tough for kids like us out there.
It is. Now sit back. You're about to see something very special.
Colin pulled out a chef's hat and cooked me the most amazing meal. As I sat there eating my heart out, I could feel Colin watching me. Suddenly, he leaned in to wipe sauce off my face, and I felt butterflies. And after that day, we only got closer. Colin was talented, grounded, and very easy to talk to. When I asked him if he'd film a few vlogs with me, he happily agreed. Finally, my channel started picking up again, and with each video, my numbers only got better. But I couldn't stop feeling guilty. Colin had been so nice to me, and even though I liked him now, my intentions hadn't been exactly transparent with him. I wanted to tell him the truth, but Amy advised against it. You can't! Not until we have more content for your channel. Your numbers are up, but it's not enough. But I can't keep lying to Colin. He's so sweet, and I really like him. I really liked Brett, too. Look how that went. And let's say you tell Colin the truth that you used him to gather views for your channel. How do you know he won't go online and broadcast everything? Think about your family before doing anything stupid. I thought about it a lot, but I concluded that I just couldn't lie to Colin anymore. So the next morning, I sat down and wrote a note to Colin confessing everything. I was on my way to slip the note in his room when suddenly Brett got in the way.
Hey babe, I'm back.
What do you want?
I want us to do a collaboration video.
Why? I thought you're too famous for me.
I am, but I guess my followers just want to see your pretty face on my channel. So what do you say? Get back together?
I'd rather get punched in the face.
Fine, suit yourself. But first see this.
Brett shoved his phone in my face, and I was shocked. It was a recording of me and Amy talking about Cullen and how I'd used him to save my channel. I was just taking it all in when suddenly Colin spoke behind me.
Is this true? You used me to boost your channel?
Colin, please, hear me out. It started off like that, but I swear, I liked you almost immediately. I didn't fake that.
I do believe you, Lola, and I really like you too. Excuse me, that's my girlfriend you're talking to.
Ex-girlfriend. Amy, where did you come from? Dude, focus.
Yes, Lola, focus on me. If we get back together, I'll give you the bigger cut on every project. Deal? No, don't. I'm more famous than he ever will be. I'll make sure your channel becomes super popular. You know I can do that.
Colin's got a point, and it doesn't hurt that he's a total dreamboat. Better than this moron Brett.
Shut up!
You shut up.
You shut up first! I'm not listening. You lose.
Oh my God, quiet! All of you! I think I'm done with all of you. Lola, listen to me. No, Amy, you listen to me. You know what I just realized? I was good. Great, in fact, till I started listening to your advice. Wear this, date him, don't date him. It's crazy. I know it's coming from a good place, but it's not me. I didn't want my channel to be about makeup and boys. People liked me when I was authentic and made them laugh. That was my thing, and I want to go back to it. And Brett, get your head out of your butt. The world doesn't revolve around you, and I am never working with you again.
Fine. Then I'll post this video of you admitting you used Colin, and I'll tell everyone you used me too, and you're just an opportunistic witch.
Your voice is so irritating, man. Just shut up. Suddenly, Amy snatched the phone from his hand and threw it away, breaking it into pieces. Brett charged at Amy, but Colin pushed him away. Brett got up again and started throwing things around like a crazy person. Some of the other influencers had come running at all the noise, and they live-streamed Brett's meltdown. Brett was immediately thrown out of Squad House. After security took him away, Colin walked over to me.
So I guess you and I...
Colin, you're a wonderful guy, but right now, I need to focus on just me. I feel like I've lost myself all over again. I'm gonna go home.
I really like you, Lola. But yeah, I totally respect your decision to be on your own right now.
Who says she's on her own? I'm coming with you. You will? Sure. I can do some makeup vlogs at the farm. Also, I owe you an apology. I think you redeemed yourself with that little stunt you pulled on Brett. Yeah, I really cracked that nut. At least I was right about him. Can't argue with that. Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city. And it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant. Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same. No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat. If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face. Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief. The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess.
Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you.
You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned.
Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself.
Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter?
It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess.
Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours?
Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie.
It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out.
Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe.
Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone.
I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too.
What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time.
I was saving this as a surprise. But here, will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry, I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in. I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison,
darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess. She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore, and I was exhausted. But within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte. So I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to? I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you. Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me? After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me. Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode. So I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped. I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there. Wow, priorities. Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, Princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please. Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me. I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try? It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way. And I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter.
You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall. If she chooses to stay with Hades, so be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal, and once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love. Hey everyone, I'm Sophie from France. If you think you've had some misfortune in love, well, I promise my story will make you think your romantic life isn't so bad. But first, please like and subscribe. I was born in a super rich family, and our mansion by the beach looked like a fairy tale castle. I used to play hide and seek in the garden maze with our maids, and my dad bought me a stunning white pony, which I rode all over the huge grounds. Princess, your smile lights up my world, and I will never let you down. He lied. Big time. When I was in 4th grade, his company was accused of financial fraud. Dad managed to avoid being jailed, but we lost everything. My pony was sold, and we moved to an ordinary house in an average neighborhood. After that, my parents argued every single day, and soon they got divorced. Dad left us and never looked back. He never even sent a card on my birthday. Mom started a new life and started dating another man. I had no choice but to move on too, and I quickly made friends with kids in my new neighborhood. Although I enjoyed playing with them, I struggled to come up with ideas for games, so I preferred to follow the rest. One of the kids, Tom, was a natural leader. He often told us what to do, playing an admiral, a king, or even my future husband. Sophie, when we grow up, you will marry me. Okay. We all played outside till it was dark, and Tom often walked me back home, which was sweet. But over time, his behavior started to get strange. Like once when he had to go visit his grandma for a week, he told me not to play with anyone else while he was gone. We were also in the same class at school, and I loved making friends and joking around with everyone, but it seemed to bother Tom a lot. Sophie, stop being so friendly with everyone. It's annoying.
Nobody seems annoyed except you, Tom.
In middle school, a cute boy sent me a card on Valentine's Day saying, "You brighten my day," and it made me so happy. But the next day, when I tried giving him a chocolate, he ran away terrified, like he'd seen a ghost. Of course, Tom was behind this. I was getting sick of him, and even tried creating distance between us, but he didn't take the hint. If I didn't walk with him to school, he just followed me. He'd turn up at my house whenever he pleased, and if I didn't talk to him, he'd just sit in my room for hours watching me. I told Mom not to let him in anymore, but she always said he was the sweetest friend I had. Once in high school, I decided to sneak out to a party late at night, but I was more worried about keeping it a secret from Tom than my own mother. Thankfully, I didn't encounter him on the way, and I was ready to have fun. But every single boy I asked to dance with me turned me down. Okay, can someone please explain what's going on? I'm pretty and cool and yeah, pretty. Why don't you boys want to dance with me? Because your boyfriend isn't gonna like it. I followed his sideway glance to see freaking Tom watching me from a corner. Tom, are you stalking me? And stop telling people you're my boyfriend. It's dangerous for you to be out alone so late, so of course I followed you. And I never said I'm your boyfriend. I'm your fiancé. You accepted my proposal, remember? We were 9 years old. Listen, we are not dating or engaged, and I don't need your protection. You need to back off. I'm warning you. I should have stopped this nonsense a long time ago, but to be honest, I was a bit scared of Tom. But now, I really needed to send him a clear message that I was not his property. So the next day, I asked the strongest guy in school to date me. It started out well, but on the third day, my boyfriend disappeared. He broke up with me on the phone and didn't come to school. And soon, I heard he'd left the city. Now, I was officially untouchable. Although I was furious with Tom, I still cared about him and he obviously needed help. Listen, Tom, you're my friend, and I think you really need therapy. You seem to be obsessed with me. No, I'm not crazy. Does being in love seem like madness to you? It's not love, it's an obsession. But he didn't seem to get it, and I didn't know what to do anymore. Fortunately, Mom offered a temporary escape. Sophie, we've been invited to vacation anytime at this beautiful villa owned by the son of an old friend. How about we go away now? It could be a nice break. I was only too happy to accept. The owner of the villa, Pierre, seemed to be only 5 to 6 years older than me. He'd inherited his father's business and was already a millionaire. As soon as he saw us, he smiled brightly and his gaze was fixed on me. I felt myself blush. Pierre was a really charming gentleman. We spent the whole day together enjoying his amazing place. He revealed to me that a year ago, he'd been in a terrible accident that had caused him amnesia. I couldn't even remember my parents' names, and I felt so lost. It was a really dark time, and I zoned out as the wheels in my brain started turning. Amnesia. Yes, this could be the perfect solution for getting rid of Tom. Well, I'm glad you're fine now, but on the upside, it must have been good to forget bad things. Oh, trust me, there's nothing good about it, and it took a while to recover. Maybe faking amnesia was a bad idea, but it was the only shot I had at getting my life back. So the next day, I was busy looking for an opportunity to fall and act like I had amnesia. And it presented itself when Tom suggested that we go horse riding. I chose the wildest horse, named Terror. We went riding along the coast and watched a lovely sunset. I knew we'd be heading back soon, and I had to execute my plan now. I haven't ridden a horse in years. I remember I visited once, and you had the loveliest ivory pony. My moo-moo. Yeah, my parents had to sell it. That's a shame. You loved it so much. I was trying to force Terror to rear up, but this horse was just not listening to me. Sometimes that life just feels like it was all a dream. But you can return to this dream, Sophie, if you want. What? Just then, the horse reared up, and I let go of the reins and fell to the ground. The world spun around me. The last thing I saw was Pierre's worried face before I blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a hospital bed.
How do you feel?
I don't know. What happened? Where am I? Where's Mumu? Yeah, so I pretended that I didn't remember life after I was 6. I didn't remember getting poor, or Dad leaving us, or any of my childhood friends, including Tom. My fall was an accident, but Pierre blamed himself for letting me ride that unruly horse. He begged us to stay at his villa so I could recover in peace, and Mom and I were pretty thrilled at the idea. Pretending to have amnesia, I acted like a child the first few days, which was quite funny. I did all sorts of silly things, like hiding in the garden and asking Pierre to find me, then jumping out and scaring him. I even drew a mustache on his face while he was sleeping. Pierre was dedicated to helping me recover my memory and did all sorts of mental exercises with me, and he pampered me a lot. He had his cooks make my favorite meals, took me to his private cinema often, and bought me anything I wanted at the mall. And I really got to know him better. His eyes lit up when he talked about how his company was helping build schools for kids in Africa, where he went often. Pierre was the complete opposite of Tom. He was kind and gentle, and being around him, I felt safe, and I knew I was really falling for him. But the guilt of lying about my amnesia was eating away at me. I'd have to tell him the truth eventually, but would he forgive me? A few weeks later, the doctor said I seemed well, but my memory would take time to return. I'd already missed a lot of school, so Mom and I decided to go back. Pierre had to deal with some business abroad, but he promised to visit us soon. And when we got home, Tom appeared at our door in 5 minutes.
Where have you been? Why did you leave without saying a word? How could you not reply to me?
Are you sure you're at the right house? Who are you?
Huh? What is this dumb game, Sophie?
Mom told him everything about my amnesia, and Tom was shocked. Then he got angry and refused to believe Mom, but she firmly told him not to stress me out and leave our house. The next day at school, everyone found out about my amnesia and asked me stupid questions, like if I still remembered how to read or write. Tom followed me around watching me, but he didn't say a word. But that afternoon, as I headed out of school, he confronted me.
Enough of this nonsense, Sophie. I'm not buying your stupid act.
Look, I'm sorry if you were someone important to me, but I really don't remember you. I'm sorry.
How could you forget me? I've loved you since we were 9. I've been by your side every day since. How could all that just disappear? No, I refuse to accept that. I'll remind you of every memory till it comes back to you.
He grabbed me by the arms and I started to panic. Leave me alone. Just let me be. Help! Someone please help me. Some people watching the whole scene called the police, and the police ordered a restraining order against Tom. My plan had worked. I felt both relieved and guilty. I knew I'd gone too far, but it was the only way. After that, Tom kept his distance, but I could still feel his eyes on me from the shadows. My only hope was to graduate and leave this place and Tom behind soon. For good. A few weeks passed, and I was already missing Pierre a lot. I texted him several times, but he didn't answer. Maybe he was just really busy, or maybe I'd misread some signs and he didn't feel the same way about me. I was looking for something to occupy myself and decided to sign up as a volunteer with some friends at the Nice Carnival, a major music event raising funds for charity. As soon as we were done setting up the sound system on the stage, the announcer stepped up to the mic.
Before we start the performances, I'd like everyone to welcome up our generous sponsor who's made this event possible and donated $10 million to our purpose. Give him a great round of applause. Mr. Pierre with his lovely fiancée, Beth.
My heart sank to my toes when I saw Pierre step on stage with a beautiful brunette on his arm. As he spoke a few words, I couldn't stop staring at them. Not even a girlfriend, a fiancé. Just then our eyes met, and it hurt to realize how deeply I was in love with Pierre. I quickly turned away and started to run. When I was far enough, I sat on some porch and just cried. I had no right to be mad at Pierre since I was a liar and he never said he loved me, but I still felt betrayed.
Sophie, can I sit near you?
Yes, Tom.
That guy on stage, I saw how you looked at him. You're in love with him, aren't you?
Suddenly, I just broke down and told him everything. How I'd been scared of him and faked my amnesia. Tom, I never said you were crazy, but your behavior isn't okay, and you made me feel suffocated.
I know I've been a little intense, but it's only because I care about you so much, Sophie. I've loved you since the first time I met you.
But caring about someone doesn't mean not respecting their boundaries, and you can't force someone to love you back. You can't hold on to an obsession for years and expect it to turn into a healthy relationship.
I know you're right, but I don't know what to do, Soph. I can't help how I feel.
That's why I think therapy could help you, Tom. You really deserve to be happy, but it can't be at the expense of someone else's well-being. You need to learn to let go and move on. Tom promised that he'd try therapy, and I felt like someday we could be friends again. Pierre's calls and texts were endless, but I refused to answer them. But one day, a strange sound caught my attention. It was a helicopter landing in the fields behind our house, and Pierre came out of it. What are you doing here, Pierre?
Fighting for the love of my life. That's you, in case it wasn't clear.
Those are strange words for a man with a fiancé.
Please, I just need a few minutes to explain.
Pierre then told me that his dad had laid a condition on him to find a girl to marry before he could take over the family business. So Pierre had proposed to a girl he wasn't in love with just to please his father. But the pressure to settle on a date for marriage had been too much for him, and he'd escaped to his family villa for a break.
That's when I met you, Sophie, and everything changed. I realized that I'd made a huge mistake. When you left, I went back and ended things with my ex-fiancé. We had committed to the nice carnival as a couple, so we decided to go through with it together. I know I should have answered your texts or told you earlier, but I was scared of losing you. I wanted to explain everything after it was over.
Pierre, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll forgive me, Sophie, and give me a chance to make it up to you.
Before that, I need to tell you something too, and you may not want to talk to me after this. I told him the plain truth about Tom and my fake amnesia. The worst part is that I knew you really suffered because of amnesia, and faking it was completely out of line. I'm so sorry, Pierre.
Is that stalker still bothering you?
No, I've dealt with it. He's going to get therapy, and wait, why are you laughing?
I can't believe you put on an act for weeks. You should look into a career as an actress.
We both burst out laughing like crazy. When we finally caught our breath, he took my hand and kissed me.